LoveLore Library. Chapter 1097. When Yun Sheng was making her diagnosis, Yun Sanghai did not even dare to blink his eyes. He knew that if even his daughter could not figure out the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma, no one on this continent would be able to save his wife. How could Yun Sheng not know that? She could only hope that she could use the Shin Nong's eye and the power of the Dark Needle to check on Hu Jiuxing's condition. The medical system of the boundless world was different from modern medicine. Yun Sheng and medicine master Guishou only checked on the pulse and symptoms. With the Shin Nong's eye and the power of the Dark Needle, Yun Sheng had another method compared to the doctors of the boundless world. The Dark Needle started moving around Hu Jiuxing's body. Yun Sheng could see the condition of Hu Jiuxing's body slowly. There were no abnormalities in her blood vessels, organs, nerves, and brain. Just as Yun Sheng was about to withdraw the power of the Dark Needle suddenly entered a special domain. It was a magical wave. This magical wave came from Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yun Sheng was secretly shocked. She suddenly realized that the power of her Dark Needle could actually directly come into contact with the Dharma soul of a magician. This unintentional discovery made Yun Sheng very surprised. Before this, she never knew that the power of her Dark Needle could be used to check the condition of a Dharma soul. Yun Sheng thought for a while. The only explanation was that the soul power of Ji Romo's light Dharma soul had entered her body and caused her soul healing needle to mutate. Unexpectedly, Yun Sheng's Dark Needle had the special ability to search for Dharma souls. Ji Romo himself was an outstanding light magician. His light Dharma healing was second to none in the entire continent. After realizing that she might have come into contact with her mother Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, Yun Sheng became cautious. Yun Sheng collected her thoughts and focused on directing the power of the Dark Needle to slowly enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul emitted a ray of light. Unlike Yun Sheng's multi-elemental Dharma soul, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul only had two colors. One was gray, and the other was black. These two colors represented the spacetime attribute and the darkness attribute of magic respectively. So, Mother is also a dual-elemental magician. No wonder she was able to use such a powerful spacetime restriction spell. Looking at the size of his mother's law soul, her strength should be somewhere between a saint-level law emperor and law god. I wonder what realm Mother has reached as a summoner, Yun Sheng thought to herself. But then, she suddenly realized that Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was a little strange. Generally speaking, a magician's Dharma soul was in a very stable state when they were not using magic. As the magician's Dharma soul increased, the Dharma soul would gradually weaken. But Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was like an oil lamp in the wind, very unstable. Moreover, the magic power emitted from her Dharma soul was constantly weakening. Why would a Dharma soul weaken and shrink for no reason? Yun Sheng once again forced a portion of the power of the Dark Needle into Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Once the Dark Needle entered the Dharma soul, Yun Sheng suddenly felt a strong suction force rushing towards her, as if it was going to swallow her Dark Needle in an instant. That was her mother's magic power. The Dharma soul was the core of a magician's energy. It was even more important than a human's heart. Although Hu Jiuxing was currently unconscious, she could sense that an external force was invading her. Her Dharma soul subconsciously tried to push out the power of Yun Sheng's Dark Needle. In terms of cultivation, Yun Sheng's current cultivation was still a distance away from Hu Jiuxing's. Hu Jiuxing was already a peak near Saint Dharma Emperor, only a fine line away from the Dharma soul. As for Yun Sheng, after absorbing Ji Romo's Dharma soul, she was only a mid-level Saint Dharma overlord. In a head-on clash, her Dharma soul was still no match for Hu Jiuxing. But at this point, Yun Sheng was unwilling to back down so easily. She was very clear that something must have happened in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul for it to keep shrinking. In this situation, she could only stalemate and not clash head-on. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would harm Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul and worsen her condition. Yunxing hesitated, thinking of a method to make Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul give up resisting. Just as Yunxing was hesitating, the soul power that Ji Rumo had left in her Dharma soul flickered. The gentle light magic power caused Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul to fluctuate, and the resistance from before slowly disappeared. Yunxing's dark needle took this opportunity to enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yunxing searched and quickly found a trace of a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. There was still a portion of the Emperor Zhao in red Ji Rumo's Dharma soul remaining on the restriction. It was very obvious that before Ji Rumo died, he had left a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. This restriction, combined with the heart crystal, had been controlling Hu Jiuxing all along. But now that the Emperor Zhao in red had died, the restriction had lost its effect. That's right, this was the reason why her mother was unconscious. Yunxing suddenly opened her eyes, and she quickly retracted the power of the dark needle. The surroundings were dead silent. Yunxing then realized that the sky outside had completely darkened. She had actually spent an entire afternoon checking. Using the dark needle and Shenong pupil to check at the same time consumed a lot of energy. Yunxing concentrated and meditated for a moment before she recovered some energy. Beside her, only Yun Songhai was still guarding. The others had already been persuaded by Yun Songhai to leave. Xing how is it? Are there any results? Just now, Yun Songhai was watching from the side. When he saw that his daughter's complexion had gradually returned to normal, he knew that his daughter must have found out about Hu Jiuxing's illness. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Father, don't worry. I roughly know why Mother has become like this. The reason why Mother is unconscious is because her Dharma soul is constantly shrinking. Yunxing was certain that the reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious was related to her Dharma soul. Shrinking Dharma soul. What illness is Xing suffering from? Why have we never heard of such an illness on the mainland? Yun Songhai was puzzled. Not only Yun Songhai, but even Yunxing herself, if she had not seen Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul with her own eyes, she would not have believed that a Dharma soul could actually shrink. To a sorcerer, shrinking Dharma soul was a very serious matter. If it was light, it could cause a sorcerer to lose all of their cultivation. If it was serious, it could cause death. The reason for shrinking Dharma soul should be because Hu Jiuxing had been missing a strand of her Dharma soul for many years. Or perhaps, the Emperor Zhao in red had placed some restrictions on Hu Jiuxing's body. With the Emperor Zhao in red's death, that restriction was very likely to lose its effect. As a result, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was affected. That damned the Emperor Zhao in red. Even after he died, he still implicated Mother. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Since you have found the cause, is there a way to stop the Dharma soul from shrinking? Yun Songhai seemed to have seen the light again. He looked at Yunxing with a hopeful expression. Chapter 1098. Yunxing smiled bitterly. This was the first time she had encountered something like a Dharma soul shrinking. She also did not know how to stop Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul from shrinking. However, the only thing she could guarantee was that she could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul and stop it from shrinking. When she withdrew the power of the dark needle, Yunxing also left a portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. The Jade Marrow Technique was a cultivation technique passed down in the Yen family. It had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan and calming effect. It could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, but Yunxing could not guarantee how long that portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power could last. Father, I have already used a special method to alleviate the shrinking of Mother's Dharma soul. However, that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. If you want mother to wake up, you still have to find a way to cure it. Yunsheng told Yun Songhai the contents of the letter that Ji Rumo had left for her before he died. Yun Songhai only knew now that Hu Jiuxing had lost her memories because she had lost a wisp of her soul. Sheng thinks that if mother's soul is complete, with her cultivation, she should be able to restore her Dharma soul to normal. Yunsheng also told Yun Songhai at the same time. She had originally planned to use the heart crystal to control her mother's illness. She had planned to at least wait until she had fused with Ji Rumo's light soul power before heading to the underworld. However, looking at the current situation, Hu Jiuxing's situation was not optimistic. If Yunsheng did not find the heart lamp as soon as possible and find that wisp of Hu Jiuxing's soul, even if Hu Jiuxing was saved in the future, her cultivation would be greatly reduced. Ji Rumo was already dead, and the only way to save Hu Jiuxing was to find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Distress Lantern that extracted a strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul. Yunsheng suspected that the strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul was most likely locked in the Heart Distress Lantern. No matter what, she had to get that strand of soul back. Even though Yunsheng knew that the current her did not have the strength to directly negotiate with the Phantasm Ghost King, she still wanted to try. Sheng, you said it yourself. Ji Rumo warned you that the Netherworld is very dangerous. The Netherworld Ghost King is not someone you can deal with. You stay here and take care of your mother. Yun Songhai was unwilling to see his daughter risk her life to go to the underworld. Yun Songhai did not want to use his daughter's life to exchange for his wife's. He would rather go to the underworld himself. Father, do you still remember Bobo? It's that pink demonic beast that has always been by my side. Its origin is actually not simple. It is a future world deity of the human realm. It can be considered an old acquaintance of the world deity of the underworld. It should be able to help me find the Netherworld Ghost King. In order to reassure Yun Songhai, Yunsheng chose to tell him part of the truth. However, she did not tell Yun Songhai that Bo was only a half-baked world deity. She also would not tell her father that Bo and the world deity of the underworld did not see eye to eye. Yun Songhai was still somewhat hesitant. Father, don't forget that Xing still has Jean and I. To be honest, Jean and I, he is Yi Baiming. Yunsheng thought for a moment and decided to tell Yun Songhai about Jean Ni's true identity. After learning that Jean Ni was Yi Baiming, Yun Songhai was immediately shocked. He immediately had Yunsheng find Jean Ni. This was the first time that Yi Baiming had met Yun Songhai after leaving Banana Leaf Village. Yun Songhai looked at Jean Ni and frowned like fried dough twists. Yun Songhai had never been optimistic about Yunsheng's marriage. He had previously helped Yunsheng choose Xia Wenchu from the temple. He had only recently found out that Xia Wenchu was Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Ji Rumo's true identity was the Destiny Mirror. However, even though he did not like Yi Baiming was the husband that Yunsheng had chosen herself. The two of them had already bowed to the heavens and earth, so they could be considered a true husband and wife. Yun Songhai had no choice but to accept this fact. I'll leave Sheng to you. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, I, Yun Songhai, will be the first to not forgive you. Yun Songhai stared at the gold coin for a long time. In the end, he finally snorted from his nose and unhappily said a sentence. This sentence could be considered as a confirmation of Yi Baiming's name. The golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yun Songhai did not like Yi Baiming's current appearance, Yun Songhai had to admit his strength. With Yi Baiming and Yunsheng going to the underworld together, and with the other magical beasts, Yunsheng would definitely be safe and sound. Seeing that Yun Songhai had finally stopped objecting to her going to the underworld, Yunsheng also heaved a sigh of relief. Father, I have some water of life here. Remember to feed mother some every 7 days. If I'm not wrong, Mother's condition will not worsen within a year. Yunxing took out a few bottles of water of life and handed them to Yun Songhai. After all, Yunxing did not even know when she would be able to return from her trip to the underworld this time. Yun Songhai was shocked to see that his daughter actually had a few bottles of water of life so casually. The water of life was one of the most miraculous water sources on the continent. It had a miraculous effect on detoxification and also had certain benefits in repairing a person's dharma soul. However, it could not repair a person's soul. As long as there was water of life, it could ensure that Hu Jiuxing's condition would not worsen during Yunxing's absence. In order to prevent any accidents, Yunxing also left the Elven Queen behind. Xing you should take this water of life with you. The journey to the underworld is extremely dangerous. Yun Songhai was still a little worried. Father, don't forget that I have the immortal Holy Grail with me. The water of life is inexhaustible. Yunxing smiled. Only then did Yun Songhai remember that his daughter had one of the 8 divine artifacts, the demon's summoning hand and the immortal Holy Grail. How many more secrets was his precious daughter hiding in her body? Yun Songhai could not help but feel a little ashamed. As a father, he seemed to be too much of a failure. Yunxing saw her father's expression and secretly laughed. She had not told her father that she had another magical bracelet in her hands. However, it was better not to tell her father about this for now. Seeing that Yunxing had everything prepared, Yun Songhai was powerless to stop her. He could only remind Yunxing that regardless of whether she could find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Sorrow Lamp, she had to return to the Boundless Land within a year. After knowing that Yunxing had changed her mind and wanted to go to the underworld in advance, Baby Sheep's face was full of worry. He had not had the time to ask the Qilin boy to find the Beast King's soul stone for him. Baby Sheep, dearest master, then we have to prepare to set off. Baby Sheep's face was full of headache. Before using the Netherworld Ghost Key, Baby Sheep silently muttered in his heart, Mother Goddess above, please protect Baby Sheep. Please don't let Baby Sheep meet that annoying fellow in the underworld. Chapter 1099. Poppy. Everything is ready. You can take us to the underworld now. The underworld was different from the human world. The presence of humans and beasts could easily attract attacks from the underworld creatures. So, to avoid any accidents on the way, Yunxing put all the beasts into the beast speech ring. She only traveled with Dollar. Earlier, Poppy Sheep had reminded Yunxing that there were no special magic arrays or empty ships between the human world and the underworld. The underworld's transportation, or rather, the underworld's emissary, was a beast called the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep used the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep put the Netherworld Ghost Key in front of him and started to chant. The Netherworld Ghost Key, which had been motionless, slowly floated in the air. A black aura emerged from the simple key's body. The black aura slowly came to life amidst the chanting. It could be seen tumbling in the air. Amidst the black chi, white bones appeared one after another. The bones seemed to have a life of their own. One by one, they came together like a jigsaw puzzle. Very quickly, Yunxing and Dollar saw a 10-meter-long bone dragon appear in front of them. The dragon had no skin or flesh. It emitted a black power. It had a pair of dragon bone wings. It looked very strong. Who dares to summon the Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon? The dragon's voice rumbled. Poppy Sheep flapped his wings. His fluffy ball-like body flew in front of the bone dragon. Poppy. For Square Hell Dragon, are you blind? Can't you recognize me? Poppy Sheep's small body was 100 times bigger than the underworld's Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon. It looked like the difference between a flea and an elephant. Poppy Sheep used such an arrogant tone to talk to the bone dragon. He even called the 30-meter-long netherworld ghost bone dragon a little dragon. When he landed in front of Yunsheng and Dollar, it was very funny. The netherworld ghost bone dragon's eye sockets, which no longer had eyeballs, shot out 2 green lights. It looked at Poppy carefully. The 4-sided hell flood dragon shuddered when it saw the popping sheep. Its bones creaked. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon was the demonic beast in charge of traveling between the underworld and the underworld. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak beast king, and it was very powerful. But when it saw Pops, it couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In this world, the only person who dared to call the 4-sided abyss flood dragon little flood dragon was this lord before him. Wasn't this little fiend of the mortal realm rumored to have gone missing a long time ago? Why would he suddenly appear here? Lord Bobo, please forgive this little flood dragon for not recognizing you immediately. Please forgive this little flood dragon. Milord, may I know why you have summoned little flood dragon today? The 4-sided abyss flood dragon bowed to Bobo. Bobo and the underworld world deity were on the same level. The underworld Jiao Jiao was directly under the underworld world deity. When he saw Bobo, he still had to greet him as a subject. Nonsense, of course I'm looking for you to go to the underworld. If not for my dear master wanting to go to the underworld, this world deity would not have bothered to summon an ugly fellow like you, Bobo said unhappily. Master. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon was shocked. He shook his head and looked at Yunsheng and Dollar, who were behind Bobo's sheep. Human race. No, this wasn't an ordinary human. That human had the aura of a demon beast. Why would Lord Popo get involved with a human for no reason? Furthermore, Lord Popo even addressed that human as master. This wasn't good. How could a great world deity recognize a human as his master? Lord Bobo was a god. Could it be that Lord Bobo was deceived by the human? He was still young, so he must have been deceived. He wondered if the Lord and the underworld knew about this. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon hesitated. Bobo. Little flood dragon, don't think that this world deity doesn't know what you are thinking. Today, this world deity is looking for you. Don't tell Ming Ri about this. Also, don't look at my master with a weird gaze. My master is the most important person to Bobo. Bobo's sheep wasn't stupid. He could tell that the 4-sided abyss flood dragon was suspicious. He stared at the 4-sided abyss flood dragon and roared. If you dare to tell on me, do you believe that this world deity won't break your bones one by one? Heavy. Bobo said and waved his wings. In the early years, when Bobo was still an egg, he had taken down the 4-sided abyss flood dragon's bones many times. He even put the bones back into the 4-sided abyss flood dragon's body with interest. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon smiled bitterly. He didn't forget that this lord was famous among the world deities for pestering people endlessly. Moreover, he was born with strange power and a tricky temper. Even the world deity of the underworld was troubled by him. Seeing that Bobo was so protective of the human, the 4-sided abyss flood dragon could only give up on the thought of telling on him. Lord Bobo, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. You should know that not everyone can enter the underworld. The two beside you don't meet the conditions to enter the underworld, the 4-sided abyss flood dragon said helplessly. Generally speaking, there were 2 kinds of people who entered the underworld. One was the soul of a dead person. The other was the person who committed a great crime in the mortal world and was wanted by the mortal world. Thus, he was exiled to the underworld. The rest of the people couldn't enter the underworld without permission. Otherwise, once they were discovered by the underworld king guards, they would be punished by lightning and their souls would be destroyed. The man and the beast in front of him obviously didn't meet the 2 conditions. The man and the beast were young and didn't show any signs of dying. Their magic souls were also very clean. They didn't look like evil people who had fallen into the dark demon Tao. If the man and the beast, who were like a piece of white paper, were to enter the underworld, they would definitely die. Although the four-sided abyss flood dragon wasn't a kind person, he was very law-abiding. I almost forgot about this. The underworld is a concentration camp for evil. Bobo the sheep thought for a while. This time, he and his master had entered the underworld illegally. If they were discovered by the underworld king guards, it wouldn't be good. Then let my dear master and the Chilean boy disguise themselves as felons. Isn't it just branding a felon's magic mark on their bodies? Dear master, Chilean boy, do you have any objections? Bobo's brain turned, and he made the final decision. Yunsheng and Dollar immediately became felons. It's okay. As long as we can go to the underworld, we are willing. Yunsheng shrugged her shoulders. For the sake of her mother's soul, she wasn't afraid even if she really died, let alone disguising herself as felons. Lord Bobo, this matter can't be done recklessly. Let me check it out first. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's bony face froze for a moment. The four-sided abyss flood dragon had been a flood dragon for so many years. He had seen people who cried bitterly when they were caught and refused to admit their crimes. However, he had never heard of anyone who was willing to be exiled to the underworld. After the four-sided abyss flood dragon finished speaking, 2 round crystal balls appeared between his left and right bony claws. Chapter 1100. Seeing the 2 crystal balls under the four-sided nether dragon's claw, Yunsheng felt a little strange. Does this mean that I have to test my magic in the underworld? No wonder Yunsheng misunderstood. The 2 crystal balls that suddenly appeared under the nether dragon's claw looked very familiar. At first glance, they looked similar to the crystal balls that magic apprentices received in the temple on the boundless land. However, the 2 crystal balls were a little different in color. The crystal ball on the left claw of the nether dragon looked like it was made of obsidian. It was as black as the night. The crystal ball on the right claw was the exact opposite. It was as transparent as jade. These 2 crystal balls, one black and one white, are sacred items of the underworld. They are called the ball of good and the ball of evil. These 2 balls can test the good and evil of all creatures in their lives. If the ball of good lights up, it means that they have done countless good deeds in their lives. Even if they are dead, they can avoid going to the underworld. They only need to wait for reincarnation in the human world. This is the ball of evil. If the ball of evil lights up, it means that the person who did evil will be exiled to the underworld and will not be reincarnated. The four-sided nether dragon threw the 2 crystal balls into the air. The 2 crystal balls seemed to have eyes. They first flew toward Dollar, who was closer to him. The 2 crystal balls floated next to Dollar for a moment. In the end, the ball of evil slowly descended and hovered above Dollar's head. Suddenly, a black light shone brightly, like a black sun. This beast has killed more than 1,000 people in its life. It is the reincarnation of a demon. Such a person will be a disaster if he stays in the human world. It should be exiled to the underworld. The four-sided nether dragon could not help but look at the ball of evil. He did not expect that this golden demonic beast, which looked like a sacred beast, would be stained with blood. It was an unforgivable demonic beast. When Yi Baiming was a human, he had indeed killed many people. Just when he killed Blood Killer, he had killed hundreds of people alone. Yunsheng did not know about these things. She did not expect that she would be exposed in front of the ball of evil today. After that, the four-sided hell flood dragon spat out a black flame from his mouth, which was full of white teeth. It was cold to the bone. It landed on Dollar's back like an ant. On Dollar's back, there was a mark of a crime. On the mark, there was the word 1,000. It meant Dollar was responsible for 1,000 lives. It's your turn, the four-sided abyss flood dragon said. The two orbs of good and evil fell in front of Yunsheng. The sphere of good and the sphere of evil floated in the air for a moment. Suddenly, the sphere of good emitted a dazzling five-colored light. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog, follow the dog. Yi Baiming, married Yunsheng. In this life, he would not let her down. Yunsheng also felt Yi Baiming's feelings. She smiled and suddenly opened her 5 fingers. She reached out and grabbed. The orb of evil that was floating in the air fell into her palm. The originally dim ball of evil also lit up. However, that light was as dim as a firefly compared to the bright light of the ball of kindness. The four-sided hell flood dragon was slightly stunned. The ball of kindness and the ball of evil actually lit up together. He had never encountered such a situation before. Little flood dragon, why are you still in a daze? My master wants to go to the underworld. If you don't let her go, she will kill you. Then you will become a felon, right? Popping Sheep said angrily at the side. This. Sigh. My lord, don't regret your decision today. The four-sided hell flood dragon spat out another black flame. The flame landed on the back of Yunsheng's hand, and there was another heavy punishment mark on it. However, there was the word 10 written on the mark, which symbolized that Yunsheng had killed 10 people. Yunsheng was secretly amazed. In her previous life, she had secretly taken care of the mafia and unscrupulous businessmen. In addition to the few people she had killed in this life, there were indeed about 10 people. The four-sided hell flood dragon could actually sense it. It seemed that the underworld was indeed something. Okay. You have the heavy punishment mark. Four-sided hell flood dragon, hurry up and go to the underworld. Popping Sheep landed on Yunsheng's shoulder. The four-sided hell flood dragon shook his head. He did not understand what these humans were thinking. They were just going to the underworld, and they were fighting to be the first. Please, the two of you, stand on my back. Since the two of you were brought here by Lord Popping, I have to remind you again. The underworld today is not the underworld of the past. Be careful. After the four-sided hell flood dragon finished speaking, he lowered his body and let Yunsheng and Dollar get on his back. Let's do a small survey. What genre does everyone want Big Fuzzy to write in her new book? Because there are always people asking about the ending. Chapter 1101. The underworld today was not the underworld of the past. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's words were still ringing in her ears. It seemed that something had happened in the underworld. But before Yunsheng could ask again, the pair of bone wings on the four-sided abyss flood dragon's back crackled and opened up all of a sudden. The bone wings vibrated, and the four-sided abyss flood dragon was like a huge empty ship, breaking through the sky. It kept flying into the sky at a very fast speed. Yunsheng had to hug baby sheep and crawl on the four-sided abyss flood dragon's back with Dollar. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was indeed a scepter beast. Its flying speed was even faster than the fastest spaceship on the boundless land. It was like a bolt of white lightning, piercing through the clouds and flying tens of thousands of meters in the sky. 10,000 meters in the sky, the four-sided abyss flood dragon let out a cry. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a magic array from the underworld appeared. In the magic array, a black spear in the sky pierced into the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared. The four-sided abyss flood dragon went into the crack. Dear Master, Kid Chilin, this should be your first trip across the border. There are astral winds and evil spirits between the borders. It is very powerful. You must be careful. We will need about a day and a night to reach Wei City, Baby Sheep reminded Yunsheng and Dollar. After Baby Sheep finished speaking, it went into the beast language ring with a whoosh. Evil winds that seemed to come from hell were in their ears. Yunsheng and Dollar felt like they were in another world. They kept shuttling in the darkness. After a long time, the four-sided abyss flood dragon's voice sounded in their ears again. The entrance to the underworld is in front, the Dongwei Gate. There are 2 gates in the underworld, one in the east and one in the west. The east is the Dongwei Gate, which is open for felons. The west is the Dongwei Gate, which only receives ghosts. The Dongwei Gate opens in the morning and closes in the evening. I can only send you here. I hope nothing bad will happen to you on your trip to the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon folded its wings and sank quickly. Yunsheng's stomach churned. When she opened her eyes, she saw a door looming between the clouds in front of her. The gate was different from the gate in the mortal world. It towered high into the sky. The gate was not made of stone or metal, but of unknown beast bones. Around the gate, large amounts of purplish-blue hellfire floated, illuminating the entire city gate. On top of the city gate, there was a plaque with the words Dongwei Gate written on it. The iron claws and golden hooks carried a domineering aura. The Dongwei Gate was the first stop that the criminals who were exiled to the underworld had to reach. Once they passed through the Dongwei Gate, they would be considered to have entered the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was the emissary of the netherworld. It was only responsible for transporting people here. Yunsheng and Dollar thanked the Hell Flood Dragon. Then, the Hell Flood Dragon roared and disappeared into the sky. Yunsheng and Dollar stood outside the Dongwei Gate. It was around dawn. There was still some time before the Dongwei Gate opened. Yunsheng looked at the people in front and behind her. They were all like Yunsheng and Dollar. They were branded with the magic mark that symbolized criminals. Yunsheng and Dollar followed the crowd and walked toward the Dongwei Gate. Yunsheng thought for a moment. She had just come to the underworld and did not know anything. She needed to find out more about the underworld first. Brother. Yunsheng walked forward and was about to ask. The man turned around and looked at Yunsheng. He was so scared that he stepped back a few steps as if he had seen a ghost. Yunsheng saw this and wanted to ask more. However, when she was about to ask again, the man said, "I don't know anything." Yunsheng said resentfully. She could only look for another person. Just as she was about to look for someone else, the people around her dispersed in a hubbub. Everyone had an inexplicable look of horror on their faces. What was going on? Yunsheng could not help but feel depressed. Her first reaction was to touch her face. Her face was still the same. She was considered a beauty on the boundless continent. Why was it that when she came to the underworld, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost? Could it be that the people of the underworld had a problem with their aesthetics? My dear master, the problem is not with you. They are not afraid of you. They are afraid of the Qilin boy. Popping Sheep lay lazily on Yunsheng's shoulder. After being reminded by Popping Sheep, Yunsheng noticed that the people who avoided her were cowering and looking behind her. Dollar was behind her. Popping, it's all that stinky dragon's fault. He didn't make it clear. The Qilin boy is branded with the heavy punishment of the 1,000 executioner. In the underworld, such a felon is qualified to be a tyrant. This is the Dongwei Gate. The people here are all newbies who have just entered the underworld. They met the Qilin boy, so of course they are scared to death, Popping Sheep explained to Yunsheng. In a place like the underworld, whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. Whoever killed the most people was a bully. No one dared to provoke them. Ahem, Night Fox, let's make a deal. Why don't you stay in the beast language ring first? Look, if you stay by my side, I can't even ask a question. Yunsheng looked at Dollar sadly. Dollar rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. What he meant now was, blame him. Helpless, Dollar could only enter the beast language ring first. At this time, the Dongwei gate opened. Yunsheng brought Popping Sheep and followed a group of newbies who had just entered the underworld. They walked towards the Dongwei gate. The journey to the underworld was a little long, but it was convenient to enter the Dongwei gate. Yunsheng only needed to show her felon brand when she entered the Dongwei gate. When Yunsheng was registering, she also took note of the people who were heading towards the Wei capital. Most of them were of high cultivation. For example, the warrior in front of her was actually a martial sage. There was also a magician behind her. He also emitted a strong wave of dark magician. Judging by his cultivation, he was no weaker than a sky magician. When it was Yunsheng's turn, a skeleton soldier captain came forward. His hollow eyes glanced at Yunsheng's magic brand. After confirming that there was no mistake with the brand, he let Yunsheng in. The moment Yunsheng and Popping Sheep passed through the Dongwei gate, in the underworld's Mingchuan, in a golden palace, a crystal ball was reflecting the image of Yunsheng and Popping Sheep. A tall man with sexy honey-colored skin was staring at the crystal ball. He saw a pink furry ball-like magic beast squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder. Under his blade-like eyebrows, the man's eyes were black with a tinge of red. His long hair casually draped over his shoulders was messy with a tinge of arrogance. After seeing Popping Sheep's appearance, the man's tall nose bridge wrinkled and he let out a short cold snort. Achoo! It's so cold. The underworld is such a damned place. You can't even see the sun. Popping Sheep, who was squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder, suddenly had a strange feeling and sneezed loudly. Chapter 1102. Popping Sheep shrunk his neck and looked around with his black beady eyes. So strange, he had a bad premonition. What's wrong? Yunsheng noticed Popping's strange behavior. Dearest master, Popping hates this place. I always feel like someone is watching us. Popping Sheep curled his lips and nimbly slipped into Yunsheng's clothes. The underworld is different from the human realm. You're probably not acclimatized. Yunsheng didn't mind. She followed the crowd and walked through the Dongwei gate. When Yunsheng was being interrogated, she deliberately asked the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei gate where the Netherworld Ghost King lived. Who knew that when the skeleton soldiers heard Yunsheng asking about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts, they glared at her fiercely. Not only did they not answer, they even urged her to leave. Dearest master, that smelly world deity of the underworld and the Netherworld Ghost King have been rivals for many years. These skeleton soldiers are the subordinates of the world deity of the underworld. It is indeed inappropriate to ask them about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts. After Popping broke out of his shell, his memory slowly recovered and he roughly knew about the underworld. The existence of the world deity was to maintain the balance between the worlds. For example, the Netherworld Ghost Key, a godly tool that could break the barrier between worlds, its existence itself was against the will of the world deity. And the one who created the Netherworld Ghost Key was the Netherworld Ghost King. The reason why the Netherworld Ghost King and the world deity of the underworld were able to coexist peacefully for so many years was not because they were good friends or got along well, but because the Netherworld Ghost King's strength was not ordinary. Thus, although he and the world deity of the underworld appeared to be the two giants of the underworld, they secretly disliked each other. As a result, the subordinates of the two sides also disliked each other. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost King's temperament was erratic and he didn't have a fixed residence. Sometimes, he might even wander to other worlds. It was really not easy to find him. This way, it will be much harder to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yunsheng was in a difficult position. She wondered if she should directly use the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. But when she thought of Ji Rumo's warning that it was best not to use the Netherworld ghost key, she hesitated. Dear Master, you don't have to worry too much. Although the Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts are erratic, there is a place in the underworld called the Divine Ability Pavilion. It is said that as long as one can afford it, one can obtain any information there. However, the Magical Abilities Pavilion is only located in the capital cities of the few large counties in the underworld. We have to reach the nearest capital city first before we can find the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Popping Sheep's words reminded Yunsheng. Yunsheng first bought a map of the underworld from the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei Gate. After checking the map, Yunsheng realized that the underworld was very different from the human world. In the underworld, there were no fixed countries. There were only 8 underworld counties. Different nether counties were guarded by different local forces. Since she was heading to the Magical Abilities Pavilion, Yunsheng had to head to the Dark Commandery, Jimal Commandery, which was closest to the Dongwei Gate. Most people who entered the underworld from the Dongwei Gate would first stop at Jimal Commandery. Yunsheng noticed that there was a large forest called Wei Wu between Jimal Commandery and the Dongwei Gate. The forest spanned across several mountain ranges and was hundreds of miles long. It was daybreak now. If they hurried, they might be able to reach Jimal Commandery in 3 days. Yunsheng looked at the map and planned whether she should set off immediately. Yunsheng did not know that after she put away the gold coins and passed through the Dongwei Gate, a few pairs of eyes with ill intentions stared at her. A single young woman was extremely eye-catching even in the boundless land, not to mention in a place like the underworld where the ratio of men to women was as high as 10 to 1. TSK, what a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that there would be such good goods in this batch of newcomers. Big brother, we are going to be rich this time. The people who were secretly peeping at Yunsheng were more than 10 warriors and magicians. All of them had ugly heads and rat eyes. One look and one could tell that they were not good people. As the Dongwei Gate was the first important place for criminals from the human world to arrive in the underworld, there were always some ruffians and villains who specialized in making money. Most of them belonged to a dark sect called the Thousand Yama sect. They gathered around the Dongwei Gate all year round and looked for newcomers who did not know about the situation in the underworld. After luring them to a remote place, they would rob, kill, and commit all kinds of crimes. These warriors and magicians who had their eyes on Yunsheng were from the Thousand Yama sect. Isn't that so? The Dongwei Gate is good in everything, but there are too few living women. On the other hand, there are many beautiful female ghosts in the Dongwei Gate. It's a pity that humans and ghosts walk different paths. We can't be friends with female ghosts. As they spoke, those Thousand Yama sect members had a covetous look on their faces. That woman's strength is not much. Big brother, let's lure her into the Wei Fog Forest first and have a good time. After that, we'll sell her to the gold squandering house. The underlings seemed to have already seen countless soul stones dangling in front of their eyes. These underlings were able to move around in this area, so they naturally had good eyesight. They had already noticed that there was a punishment brand on the back of Yunsheng's hand. However, that brand only had the word 10 on it. The punishment brand that the four-sided Hell Flood dragon left on a felon represented the number of people that the felon had killed. The more people killed, the more evil the felon had committed. Generally speaking, this also meant that the felon would be able to survive in the underworld. Yunsheng's magic brand only had the word 10 on it. In the eyes of these ruffians in the capital of Dongwei, she was undoubtedly a weak felon. They did not know who she had offended, but she was actually exiled to a place like the underworld. Among them, even the worst person was responsible for 30 to 40 lives. Yunsheng kept the map. Just as she was about to stand up, she frowned. 5 or 6 people suddenly appeared beside her. What business do you have with me? Yunsheng was on guard. Fighting was not allowed near the Dongwei Gate. From the looks of it, these people did not look like newcomers to the underworld. Miss, this one is Piercing Tiger from the Thousand Hells sect. From the looks of it, you're going to the Wei Fog Forest, right? That forest is not simple. The terrain inside is complicated, and there are many terrifying demonic plants. Many people who enter the forest never come out. It would not be good if a delicate girl like you got hurt. The leader of the group was a warrior in his 30s. His skin had a metallic luster, and his do-chi cultivation was quite good. Thousand Hells sect. Yunxing secretly sized up these people. She saw that they were all wearing warrior robes and magician robes of the same color. On their chests, there was a golden mask of Yama, bearing its fangs. The Thousand Hells sect is one of the 3 major powers in Jimo region. Miss, you only need to pay 109th level magical beast soul stones, and we will send you to Jimo region. Look, there are dozens of newcomers over there. They have already entrusted us to escort them along the way. As he spoke, that person pointed behind him. Indeed, there were many warriors and magicians who had just arrived in the underworld gathered together, waiting to depart. Chapter 1103. 100 soul stones of a 9th grade magical beast. How much is this? Could it be that the underworld didn't use gold coins for transactions? Only then did Yunxing realize a problem, and that was the problem of the underworld's currency. Before she left, she had prepared everything except for the money from the underworld. Papa, the underworld doesn't use soul stones to make transactions, right? Yunxing asked Papa in a low voice. Yeah. Doesn't the underworld use underworld coins? Popping Sheep stammered, unable to explain. Yunxing rubbed her eyebrows. She was really stupid. Bo Yang was an otherworldly god. He only recognized gold coins as the currency of the human world, let alone the underworld. Did world deities need to spend money? In the human world, Yunxing was a wealthy person. Ever since she left Banana Leaf Village, she had not experienced poverty for a long time. Who would have thought that he would become a pauper the moment he reached the netherworld? Yunxing didn't have many soul stones with her. On the boundless continent, soul stones usually only had a few uses. They were used to refine magic scepters or to be embedded in magic equipment. Yunxing was a summoner, so another function of the soul stone was to feed magical beasts. In her early years, she would use the soul stones to refine magic scepters. The number of soul stones she had with her could be counted on one hand. At most, she had no more than 50 soul stones. These people were asking for 100 soul stones, and they were soul stones from 9th rank magical beasts. Even if she really wanted to travel with the people from the Thousand Hells sect, she couldn't afford it. Yunxing immediately realized an even more serious problem. She wanted to go to the magical ability pavilion. What if the other party also used soul stones to trade? Where would she get so many soul stones? It seemed like she could only pray that she would encounter more magical beasts or magical plants in the Wei Fog Forest and obtain more soul stones. If the lackeys of the Thousand Yama sect knew what Yunxing was thinking right now, they would definitely be scared shitless. Anyone who wanted to pass through the Weiwu forest would try their best to avoid encountering magical beasts and magical plants. This weak, light criminal in front of him actually wanted to encounter more magical beasts and magical plants. Yunxing could only sigh silently. Just as she was about to turn around and reply, she noticed that the spiky tiger was sneaking glances at her legs and chest. If it wasn't for the fact that private fights couldn't be fought near the Dongwei Gate, she would definitely use her dark heavenly thorn to smash these people into pieces. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm used to moving alone. I can only thank you for your kindness. I've decided to go to the Weiwu forest alone. Yunxing flatly refused the savage tiger's invitation. Seeing Yunxing openly reject him, the smile on Piercing Tiger's face disappeared. You want to pass through the Wei Fog Forest alone. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The savage tiger was about to explode when a few skeleton soldiers from the Dong Wei gate behind him looked over. Out of consideration for the skeleton soldiers, the savage tiger didn't dare to act out in public. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Ungrateful woman, let's see how long you can last. After entering the Wei Fog Forest, I'll find a few people to teach you a lesson." The savage tiger suppressed his displeasure and strode away. Yunxing didn't pay any more attention to him and walked straight towards the main road leading to the Wei Fog Forest. After walking for about half an hour, the Dong Wei gate was no longer in sight. Yunxing had already entered the Wei Fog Forest. In front of her was a lush forest. The moment she entered the forest, Yunxing realized that it was no wonder so many people would pay a high price to have the Thousand Yama sect protect them. The Wei Fog Forest of the underworld wasn't simple. The underworld wasn't like the human realm. Cold winds blew all year round, and the plants that grew here never saw the sun. Due to the influence of the yin energy, most of the plants had already mutated. Many of the plants had already been demonized and survived by devouring magical beasts and passers-by. Therefore, the soil and plants here were all red in color. In the forest, there were piles of human and magical beast skeletons everywhere. A cold wind blew past, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of rotting corpses. Yunxing had no choice but to take a pill to dispel the miasma and continue walking. Not long after Yunxing entered the Wei Fog Forest, a sense of alarm flashed through her heart. She saw a burst of piercingly cold black shadows shooting out from the bushes beside her. An ambush. After going through many trials in the arena and hunting troops, Yunxing was very experienced in fighting enemies. She didn't even pull out her magic scepter. She took a few steps forward and shot out a few fireballs around her. The fireballs enveloped the black shadows, and in a flash, those black shadows were burnt black. They fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Yunxing took a closer look and realized that it was actually a few vines that ambushed her. However, they were different from ordinary vines. These vines that grew in the Wei Fog Forest were actually filled with small holes. These small holes were like the mouths of magical beasts and were filled with sharp teeth. Boo boo, it's the flesh-devouring vine of the dark demonic plant. Master, run. The moment Boo Boo entered the Wei Fog Forest, it shrank into Yunxing's collar and refused to come out. The smell in the forest almost made it vomit. After Yunxing succeeded, it stuck its head out. When it saw the few pieces of things, Boo 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 shuddered and urged Yunxing to run quickly. Run. Yunxing hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her. Hundreds of rattan vines drilled out from the forest. Each rattan was like a snake and was about 10 meters long. They carried a strong gust of wind as they attacked Yunxing. Bo Bo, my dear master, after this thing dies, it will release a smell that will attract its companions. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yunxing complained incessantly. As it turned out, kissing sheep was a hindsight. She didn't even care about merging with kissing sheep. With a teleport, she dodged the attacks of several vines and fled into the depths of the forest. At the outskirts of Misty Weaver Forest, a 10,000 Hell Sect member who was tasked with keeping an eye on Yunxing landed beside the spiky tiger and whispered into its ear. Knowing that Yunxing was being chased by the flesh-devouring vines, the spiky tiger showed a gloating smile. I told you, it's impossible for that woman to break through this forest by herself. You guys, make your move tonight. Deal with these newbies quickly and go after that woman. After Yunxing had fled for a long time, the flesh-devouring vines were still chasing after her. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Don't tell me this is going to go on forever. I have to think of a way. Yunsheng landed beside a tree. His black eyes were burning with anger. Just as Yunsheng was pondering, several flesh-devouring vines were closing in. Puff! Suddenly, a blade of light shot out from under the tree. The blade was as fast as lightning. One after another, it aimed at the flesh-devouring vines. Following that, dozens of arrows shot out from the forest with whooshing sounds. In just a few blinks of an eye, the flesh-devouring vines that were chasing after Yunsheng were all killed. Strangely, the flesh-devouring vines that were killed by the blade of light and the arrows didn't attract other flesh-devouring vines. The forest returned to peace for the time being. A voice came from under the tree. "Friends in the tree, you can come down. It's safe here for the time being." Chapter 1104. After hearing the voices, Yunsheng landed on the ground without hesitation. She saw that there were already more than 10 warriors and magicians standing under the tree. Seeing that it was actually a young female magician who came down from the tree, the blue-clothed male warrior who spoke earlier could not help but be startled. The blue-clothed male warrior had delicate features, clear eyes, and a tall and thin figure. He held a half-foot-long full-moon blade in his hand. When he saw Yunsheng's appearance clearly, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. "Thank you for saving my life." Yunsheng nodded and smiled. Her eyes flashed, and she silently sized up the appearance of the people beside her. Like the Thousand Yama sect, these warriors and magicians who had drawn their blades to help were also dressed in the same color. However, looking at their clothes, they seemed to belong to other sections. Although these people were not very old, most of them were only in their early 20s, their strength was not ordinary. Especially the blue-clothed male warrior who led them. He was actually a martial emperor. "What are you laughing at? You look like a fox and your strength is so weak, yet you still dare to run around in Weiwu Forest. You almost ruined our plans." Beside the male warrior was a young woman holding a bow and arrow. She was currently glaring at Yunsheng. Yunsheng could not help but look at the young woman a few more times. This was because Yunsheng noticed that the bow and arrow on her back was not an ordinary bow and arrow, but a magic bow and arrow. She did not expect that there would be people in the underworld who practiced the magic bow and arrow of the elf race. This young woman stared at Yunsheng's face with jealousy. When she noticed the cross, punishment brand on the back of Yunsheng's hand, she snorted in disdain. "Ingyu, don't be unreasonable. This young lady looks like she just came to the underworld. She did not mean to barge into our ambush." The blue-clothed man frowned, feeling very apologetic for his junior sister's unreasonable words and actions. "What did I say wrong? Look at her. She can't even handle a few flesh-devouring vines. If she hadn't met us, she would have died." Ingyu was dissatisfied. Don't think she couldn't see that when eldest senior brother saw this woman, it was as if he had lost his soul. "Bo, you ugly freak, you're the one who's dead. Our mistress is very powerful, she can crush you to death with her little finger." Bo Sheep poked his head out and bared his teeth at Ingyu. "Senior brother Ing, look at this magical beast, I'm going to tear its mouth apart," Ingyu said angrily, as if she was going to catch the sheep. Seeing that Yunsheng's magical beast could actually speak human language, the blue-clothed man couldn't help but look at baby sheep and Yunsheng a few more times. He thought to himself that a magical beast that could speak human language must be a magical beast above the level of a holy beast. This lady's temperament was not ordinary, and she dared to bring such a magical beast into the Wei Fog Forest alone. Her strength was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "Ingyu, shut up," the blue-clothed man reprimanded. He cupped his hands towards Yunsheng and said, "I'm Ing Chuan, from the 100 Ren clan. This young lady, may I know your name? Why did you appear in a place like the Weiwu Forest alone?" Yunxing had a good impression of Yingchuan. Moreover, he had taken the lead to help her out just now. Moreover, from their tone, they should be very familiar with the Weiwu forest. After experiencing the flesh-devouring vines, Yunxing also knew that she had underestimated the enemy and this forest. It would be great if these people in front of her were familiar with the terrain. Yunxing just happened to want to get to know them so that it would be easier for her to pass through this forest. I'm Yunxing. I just came from the human world. Because I can't afford to pay the protection fee of the 1,000 Yama sect, I can only pass through this forest on foot. The moment Yunxing said 1,000 Yama sect, the expressions of the people from the 100 Rin clan, including Yingchuan, changed. Young lady, are you talking about the 1,000 Yama sect? Fortunately, you're not with them. Otherwise. Yingchuan looked at Yunxing, feeling lucky. With Yunxing's appearance, if she fell into the hands of the 1,000 Yama sect, she would most likely be doomed. What do you mean? Yunxing was curious. Consider yourself lucky. The 1,000 Yama sect is a notorious evil force in Jima County. They specialize in tricking people who have just arrived in the underworld. If they fall into their hands, they will rob the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled and kill them. If they encounter children or women, they will sell them to the county's female brothel and slave market. Yu actually hoped that Yunxing would be sold off directly. Someone actually dared to bully her. Yunxing laughed coldly in her heart. Who was the lucky one here? If those people from the 1,000 Yama sect really dared to target her, she could guarantee that their fate wouldn't be as simple as being robbed clean. Then I'm really lucky to have met the few of you. I see that the few of you are also from Jima County. Can you take me with you to Jima County? I don't have any soul stones on me, but I have some pills that can be used as payment. With that, Yunxing prepared to take out the pills. Miss Yunxing, you don't need to pay us anything. We'll just take you out. Yingchuan was rather straightforward. He waved his hand, indicating that Yunxing didn't need to pay them anything. How can that be? Senior brothering, we still have to find that thing. She's so weak. What if she drags us down? When Yu heard that they were going to take Yunxing with them, she stomped her feet in anger. She pulled Yingchuan to the side and whispered to him. Are we going to leave her alone in the forest? You know how those people from the 1,000 Yama sect do things. They definitely won't let things go so easily. They'll definitely set up an ambush in the dark. Besides, the 1,000 Yama sect has done all kinds of evil. Have you forgotten about junior sister? Yingchuan also knew that it might be inconvenient to take Yunxing with them. Yingchuan and Yu didn't tell Yunxing that the 1,000 Yama sect and the 100 Clouds sect were mortal enemies. Their junior sister had been killed by the people from the 1,000 Yama sect. Yu didn't say anything after hearing this. Miss Yunxing, we've already discussed it. You'll travel with us. However, we still have some things to take care of in Weiwu Forest. If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the forest with us for a few days? Don't worry, we have special medicinal powder on us that can prevent the attacks of the toadstool. With that, Yingchuan gave Yunxing a few bottles of medicinal powder. It was only then that Yunxing realized that their weapons and bodies were smeared with a special repellent powder. This powder could prevent the attacks of the demonic plants in Weiwu Forest. And so, Yunxing traveled with Yingchuan and the others through Weiwu Forest. Even though Yingchuan and the others didn't say anything, Yunxing could tell from their words and actions that they were looking for something very important in the forest. That night, because Yunxing and Yu were the only women in the group, the two of them slept in the same tent. Yu still didn't like Yunxing, so she gave her a dirty look throughout the journey. Yunxing couldn't be bothered to argue with her. When night fell, she couldn't fall asleep, so she left the tent and went outside to breathe in the fresh air. There was a bonfire outside the tent. Chapter 1105. There were a lot of strange magic beasts and magic plants in the Weiwu forest. Even though they had spread plant and beast repellent powder around the area, Yingchuan still arranged for people to patrol the area at night in order to avoid sneak attacks. When Yunxing walked out of the tent, Yingchuan was sitting by the bonfire, lost in thought. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Yingchuan hurriedly stood up. The bright bonfire shone on Yunxing's pretty face, making it even more radiant. For a moment, Yingchuan was lost in thought. "Miss Yun, I'm sorry." It was just a moment, but Junior Marshall's sister provoked Miss Yun again. Her temper has been unruly since she was young. Please don't regard her as an outsider. Yingchuan, as an expert of the younger generation of the Bailuan sect, had always been arrogant. However, when he saw Yunxing this time, he was always distracted and his heartbeat quickened. "Big brother Ying, I won't take it to heart. I'm just not used to sleeping in the wild. That's why I came out to take a look." Yunxing smiled faintly and sat down beside Yingchuan gracefully. Fortunately, Dollar was in the beast language ring. Otherwise, he would have been jealous again. "Miss Yun, if you trust me, can you tell me why you've come to the Netherworld?" Yingchuan was good at reading people's expressions. He could tell that although Yunxing was alone and didn't seem to be very powerful, the way she talked and her temperament indicated that she wasn't an ordinary person. In the words of the mortal realm, Yunxing must be from an aristocratic family or a noble family. Her purpose for appearing in the underworld was definitely not that simple. "As expected, I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ying. The reason I came to the Netherworld is to find the Netherworld Ghost King." Yunxing didn't hide anything and told him about her mother's strange illness. "The Netherworld Ghost King." Yingchuan's expression changed slightly. Yunxing noticed all the changes in his expression. "Big brother Ying, do you know where the Netherworld Ghost King is?" "Miss Yun, you should return. The Netherworld Ghost King has already fallen 20 years ago." Yingchuan's words greatly shocked Yunxing. Fallen. The Phantasm Ghost King had actually fallen. Yunxing had never expected that the Netherworld Ghost King would be dead. "But I clearly..." Yunxing wanted to say that she had met the Netherworld Ghost King a few years ago, but after thinking about it, she was suddenly at a loss for words. Yunxing recalled that the last time she met the Phantasm Ghost King, it was with the help of the Princess of Taiyuan that she traveled back in time 500 years ago. In other words, the Phantasm Ghost King she saw in the Taiyuan ruins was actually the Phantasm Ghost King from 500 years ago. 500 years had passed, so it was not impossible for the Phantasm Ghost King to fall. The Phantasm Ghost King was in existence close to the level of a god, but he was still not a god. Even if the other party was a god, he could still be slaughtered. Before the Netherworld Ghost King fell, the Netherworld World Deity and the Ghost King each controlled 4 counties out of the 8 counties of the Netherworld. 1 king and 1 deity, they were evenly matched, and the Netherworld was very peaceful. Ever since the Netherworld Ghost King fell 20 years ago, the 4 counties under the Ghost King fell into turmoil. Right now, the Netherworld is more chaotic than it has ever been. Yingchuan sighed. Jimo County, where the 100 Clouds sect was located, was originally a direct subordinate of the Netherworld Ghost King. Although the Ghost King was both righteous and evil, and his actions were unpredictable, his methods were cruel, and his military was extremely strict. Under his pressure, the evil forces in the 4 counties were suppressed to the point that they did not dare to move. However, after the Ghost King fell, some evil forces in Jimo County, including the Thousand Yama sect, took the opportunity to raise their heads, causing the people in the Netherworld to suffer. Big Brother Ying, how did the Netherworld Ghost King die? Did he have any family members or disciples? Compared to the Netherworld Ghost King's death, Yunxing was more concerned about the whereabouts of the heart lamp. After all, the strand of her mother's soul, Hu Jiusheng, was locked in the heart lamp. What Yunsheng was most worried about was that the heart lamp was damaged or its whereabouts unknown after the Netherworld Ghost King died. The outside world does not know the exact cause of his death. Some say that he fought with the Netherworld world deity and was killed. Others say that he wanted to advance to the deity realm, but because he committed too many evil deeds, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. He was all alone and had no wife, children, disciples, or juniors. Ing Chuan's words made Yunsheng's heart sink. Her original hope of finding the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts through the Divine Ability Pavilion was dashed. Seeing that Yunsheng's beautiful face was filled with dark clouds, Ing Chuan knew that she was depressed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Miss Yun, actually, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although I don't know how the Phantasm Ghost King died, it's rumored that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in the Ghost King Cave. If you can go to the Ghost King Cave, perhaps you'll be able to find some clues." "Oh, then where is the Ghost King Cave?" Yunsheng's brows were filled with hope again. If the Hundred-Dwelling sect knew the location of the Ghost King Cave, would they have fallen to this state today? A strange voice came from the front of the tent. Thorny Tiger led dozens of people from the Thousand Yama sect and surrounded the Hundred-Dwelling sect's tent. "Thorny Tiger, how dare you break into our tent at night?" Hearing the commotion, everyone in the tent came out. Ing Yu's face was cold as she aimed the bow in her hand at Thorny Tiger. As soon as the two sides met, they drew their bows and arrows. The atmosphere seemed very tense. As it turned out, after Thorny Tiger and the others secretly dealt with the newcomers that the Dongwei sect had lured over, they were preparing to capture Yunsheng. Who would have thought that they would not find any trace of Yunsheng along the way? After searching around the Weiwu forest, they discovered the whereabouts of the people from the Hundred-Dwelling sect. Only then did they know that Yunsheng had encountered the people from the Hundred-Dwelling sect when she was avoiding the flesh-devouring vines. Speaking of which, the Hundred-Dwelling sect and the Thousand Yama sect were both local powers in Jimao County. However, just as Ing Chuan said, before the Ghost King died, the Hundred-Dwelling sect, the County Manor, and the Divine Ability Pavilion were the three major powers in Jimao County. However, after the Ghost King died, the sect master of the Hundred-Dwelling sect, Ing Lei, who was also Ing Yu's father, was seriously injured by the people of the Thousand Yama sect when he went out on an expedition. Thus, the Hundred-Dwelling sect gradually declined. In addition, the Thousand Yama sect burned, killed, and plundered, and monopolized many of the Hundred-Dwelling sect's original businesses. Now, the Hundred-Dwelling sect was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up by the Thousand Yama sect at any time. Therefore, after Thorny Tiger learned that Yunsheng had been rescued by the people of the Hundred-Dwelling sect, he was not afraid of the other party's power. He directly led his men to surround the Hundred-Dwelling sect's tent. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's missing you. For missing you's sake, I, Thorny Tiger, will not pester you any further. As long as you hand that girl over to us, I will take my brothers and retreat." Thorny Tiger's thieving eyes stared at Yunsheng's beautiful face. Under the night sky, the newcomer from the mortal realm looked even more lovely and moving. They had dozens of people, while the Hundred-Dwelling sect only had a dozen people. Although Ing Chuan and Ing Yu were both present, Thorny Tiger knew that they had other motives for entering the forest. They would not rashly lose their men. Therefore, Thorny Tiger naturally thought that the Hundred-Dwelling sect would hand over Yunsheng. How could Ing Yu not understand in her heart? Although Thorny Tiger was no match for them, the other party had more people. Most importantly, it was already late at night. If they fought, the smell of blood would definitely attract some demonic beasts or demonic plants in the Wei Fog Forest. Chapter 1106. The night was as cold as water. In the forest, the two sides were still facing each other. Savage Tiger's group had smug looks on their faces. Chuan, on the other hand, was frowning. Yunsheng's finger traced the beast's speech ring. Even if the people from the 100 Clouds sect handed her over, Yunsheng would not blame them. After all, they had only met by chance. Taking her out of the forest was one thing, but offending the Thousand Flames sect for her was another. Whoosh, the sound of an arrow piercing flesh could be heard. Immediately after, the smell of blood filled the tent. Savage Tiger's face twisted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He hugged his injured arm and flew into a rage. You little bitch. How dare you sneak attack me? Savage Tiger didn't expecting you to suddenly shoot an arrow. Humph, that's my answer. Although I don't like this woman, I hate the Thousand Hells sect even more. Yu's action surprised Yunsheng. She was about to summon Gene Coin and deal with them, but she temporarily gave up on that idea. She didn't expecting Yu to choose to protect herself at such a critical moment. Chuan let out a sigh of relief. His junior sister had been unruly since she was young, but she had a good heart. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, let's go. Tie up those two girls as well. The thorny tiger's ferocious expression was revealed. He gave a signal, and a light mage immediately appeared beside him. With a few chants, the spiky tiger's arm that was hit by the arrow immediately stopped bleeding. Damn it, they even brought a light magician with them. The underworld wasn't like other places. Here, light magicians were really rare. She didn't know where Savage Tiger found a light magician. Chuan and the others couldn't compare to Savage Tiger. Among Savage Tiger's group, only Savage Tiger was an intermediate martial saint. The others were all martial ancestor realm. On the 100 Hells sect side, Chuan and Yu were quite strong. Chuan had been a martial saint for many years. Yu was also a magic archer. She was a sky magician and a beginner martial saint. But if the enemy had another light magician, it would be hard to say. You, step aside. Don't get in the way. But she was already injured, so Yu could only force herself to stand and pull Yunsheng behind her. Yunsheng rolled her eyes. Did these people think that she was a burden? Yu's temper wasn't very good, but her arrows were top-notch. She nocked an arrow and began to work. On the bowstring, a light green magical power was injected. With a flick of his finger, several arrows imbued with the power of wind blades shot out towards the light mage. Experienced warriors and mages all knew that in a group battle, the first to be killed was the other party's light mage. Bo, this woman is a little ugly, but she's quite smart. Bo Sheep poked his pink head out and looked around with his beady eyes. Yunsheng's eyes flashed, and she began to observe the competition between Chuan and the piercing tiger. Chuan's swordsmanship was also quite good. On the blade of his sword, streaks of fire-like fighting aura emerged and tangled with the piercing tiger. The piercing tiger roared, and the word "King" appeared on his forehead. His arms suddenly doubled in size, and he let out a tiger's roar, which was incomparably fierce. Chuan dodged again and again. The tiger's roar hit a tree, and the tree immediately broke. At this time, the piercing tiger suddenly staggered. He felt a piercing pain in the soles of his feet. The tiger's roar suddenly stopped, and he didn't even have time to see what was happening under his feet. The wind direction of the blade in Chuan's hand suddenly changed, and the blade became a bit sharper. Layers of blade shadows rushed towards the piercing tiger. The sharp blade made the piercing tiger feel a chill in his heart. Since the piercing tiger dared to walk around the Dongwei Gate, he naturally had some ability. He roared and spat out a stream of fighting aura. The fighting aura was like a dart. With a bang, it hit Chuan's broadsword. Chuan only felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The blade in his hand suddenly deviated from its trajectory and slashed across the piercing tiger's cheek. An inch-deep scar appeared on his face. Behind him, a miserable scream was heard. The light magician was shot in the chest by several arrows under Inyu's sniping. The disciple of the 100-rin gate went forward and slashed. The light magician's hand that was holding the magic scepter flew out and rolled into the bushes. The piercing tiger looked down and found that there was a finger-sized bloody hole on his foot. The bloody hole went through both ends, and blood kept flowing out. At first glance, it was obvious that it wasn't caused by ordinary thorns. When he and Ning Chuan were fighting, both of them were very fast. Someone was actually able to sneak attack him in the middle of the chaotic battle. Could it be that someone was secretly helping the 100-rin gate? And the other person was a dark magician. The piercing tiger's angry eyes turned. He already had some thoughts of retreating. He never thought that the person who used the dark thorns to sneak attack him was Yun Sheng, who was watching from the sidelines. It was no wonder. No matter if it was the 100-rin gate or the 1,000 Hells sect, no one would have thought that a light criminal could use such powerful dark magic. Ing Chuan, Yu, don't be complacent. You're lucky tonight. There's an expert helping you in the dark. Let's wait and see when we get back to Jimal County. The piercing tiger shouted. With a wave of his hand, the people of the 1,000 Hells sect quickly retreated from the forest. An expert helping us in the dark. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu saw the people of the 100-rin gate retreat, and their expressions relaxed. But when they recalled the words of the piercing tiger, they felt that something was wrong. Especially Ing Chuan. He also noticed that when the two of them were locked in battle, the piercing tiger clearly showed an opening, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. Ing Yu's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, but she didn't find any signs of an expert. She was suspicious, and her gaze wandered around Yun Sheng and the kissing sheep on her body. But after pausing for a moment, she withdrew her gaze. Just now, Yun Sheng had been hiding behind her. Even if you beat her to death, and you wouldn't believe that a light criminal who had only killed 10 people would have the ability to sneak attack a bandit like the piercing tiger. TCH, those who look down on their dear master will regret it in the end. The baby sheep snorted. It's getting late. Everyone should rest well. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue to walk into the depths of the forest. Ing Chuan counted the number of casualties. It was much better than he had expected. But just as Ing Chuan told everyone to return to the tent to rest, a trace of coldness flashed through Yun Sheng's heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, something was thrown out from the shrubbery that was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. Ing Chuan's eyes were sharp and his hand was fast. He swung his sword and saw that there was a severed hand on the ground. That hand was clearly the hand of the light magician who had been cut off earlier. Everyone looked carefully. With the help of the bonfire, they saw that the severed hand had turned dark purple. More than half of the flesh had been bitten off. Behind them, a rustling sound came from the shrubbery. Chapter 1107. The shuffling sounds grew louder and louder. It sounded as if countless magical beasts were approaching. The battle had just ended and everyone was exhausted. They hadn't recovered yet. If they were ambushed by magical beasts now, they would be powerless. Be careful. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu exchanged a look. Their expressions turned grave. They were even more nervous than when they'd encountered the 1,000 Flames sect. They'd scattered a large amount of medicinal powder in the surroundings. Logically speaking, the magical beasts and plants in this area shouldn't dare to come close. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound that sounded like a metal whistle. A giant centipede that was 5 meters long drilled out of the bushes, but that centipede looked very strange. Its skin was like the bark of a tree, full of wrinkles. In the middle of its body, there was a huge mouth about the same size as its body. From the huge mouth, blood-red mucus was spitting out. Its upper body was raised high, and its 100 or so root-like legs kept moving. Its lower body was like a tree, deeply embedded in the soil. As the centipede twisted, the ground shook violently. It's a scarlet centipede tree. Ingchuan and Ingyu's expressions changed when they saw the strange centipede tree. The centipede tree was a parasitic magical plant. It was a magical vine that parasitized the maggot eggs of a newborn scarlet centipede tree. After 100 years of growth and absorbing the scarlet centipede tree's flesh, it grew into a powerful half-beast, half-plant magical plant. This magical plant was highly poisonous. Although it was rooted in the soil, it could move freely in the forest like a magical beast. It could also use earth and fire magic to fight in the forest. It was especially powerful and was the overlord of Weiwu Forest. Normally, Ingchuan and the others wouldn't enter Weiwu Forest rashly and attract the scarlet centipede tree's bad luck. But this time was an exception. Ingchuan and Ingyu's main purpose in entering Weiwu Forest was to find this centipede tree. 3 years ago, Ingyu's father was ambushed by the Thousand Flames sect and was severely poisoned. These years, the 100 Flames sect had been searching for an antidote. Half a month ago, Ingchuan spent a lot of money to inquire at the Magical Arts Pavilion that the Scarlet Centipede's soul crystal could cure the sect leader's poison. However, because the Scarlet Fire Treant was very difficult to deal with, the Shadow Sect leader was unwilling to let the two of them take the risk of entering the forest. This time, the two of them and a few of their disciples also snuck into the forest behind the sect leader's back. It was just that this kind of treant would usually only appear in the special areas of the Wei Fog Forest. It was even more unexpected that it would suddenly appear here after a fierce battle. It was obvious that the smell of blood from the fierce battle between the 100 Clouds sect and the Thousand Hells sect had attracted this devil plant. Ingyu was a woman, and this was the first time she had seen such an ugly magic plant. Her hand holding the bough couldn't help but tremble. Woo! While everyone from the Bailuan sect was still in a daze, the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede was like a whirlwind as it whistled through the air. Its vine-like legs grabbed a 100 Thunder sect disciple and stuffed him into its mouth. Bastard, let go of my junior brother. Seeing the tree barbarian's attack, Ingchuan's saber light vibrated. He stomped his feet and leaped off the ground. The saber in his hand was wrapped in a ferocious fighting aura as it pierced towards Shu Yi. When the tree centipede heard the piercing wind from the saber, it paused for a moment. Then, the huge mouth on its abdomen spat out a fierce flame. The flame could melt metal and melt bone. Ingchuan's saber looked like it was going to melt the moment it got close. He threw the saber with all his might. The blade turned into a silver flash and pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. He grabbed the captured junior brother with one hand and pushed him back, out of the tree centipede's poisonous mouth. The saber pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. The tree centipede let out a shrill cry. Its vine-like legs extended countless meters in an instant and wrapped around Ingchuan's waist, dragging him back. Ingchuan didn't panic after losing his saber. He roared and punched the tree centipede's vines with dense fighting aura on his fist. He didn't expect that his iron fist, which could shatter a 1,000-kilogram boulder, couldn't even move the tree centipede's body. Senior brother. Ingyu and the others had just caught their junior brother. They turned around and saw that Ingchuan was trapped by the tree centipede. In a moment of desperation, Ingyu condensed magic power on the bow in her hand. She shot one arrow after another at the tree centipede. The arrows, which carried wind elemental magic elements, were fast and accurate. They shot towards the tree centipede one after another. Inyu's actions completely enraged the tree centipede. It let out a sharp and strange sound. It grabbed Ingchuan and burrowed into the ground. Where's the monster? The surroundings returned to normal. Yu and the other disciples of the 100 Ren sect panicked. For a moment, they couldn't find the whereabouts of the fiery red tree centipede. Yunsheng's black eyes flashed as she searched the ground inch by inch. Watch your step. It's the Earth Elemental Super Spell, Earth Wave Tremor, Yunsheng suddenly shouted. What a cunning beast. It knows how to use super spells. I underestimated it. A brownish-yellow magic array appeared on the ground. Rumble, countless cracks appeared on the ground, as if it had experienced a small-scale earthquake. The people of the 100 Ren sect panicked. Yu couldn't stand still and was about to fall into the cracks. Woo! There was another whistling sound. The tree centipede, which had disappeared, suddenly burrowed out of the ground. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Yu. Yu was about to be swallowed by the tree centipede when she felt a hand on her waist. Her body moved back a few meters in an instant, avoiding the tree centipede's most fatal attack. Why is it you? Yu was about to thank her when her mouth opened into a big O shape. Only then did she realize that the hands that held her were slender. The person who saved her was actually the petty criminal she had always looked down on. Yunsheng. Of course it's me. Yunsheng smiled sweetly. Miss Yu, your archery skills are not enough to deal with a big guy like the fiery red tree centipede. Yu was still grateful, but when she heard that Yunsheng dared to belittle her archery skills, anger rose in her heart and she was about to explode. Unexpectedly, a delicate zither appeared in Yunsheng's hand. The zither looked like jade. Yunsheng handed it to the disciples of the 100 Ren sect. The magic wings on her back flapped gently and she flew toward the fiery red tree centipede like a shooting star. Is she crazy? Yu saw Yunsheng holding a zither and confronting the tree centipede. It was as if she had seen a ghost. But what happened next instantly petrified Yu. Yunsheng stood in the air as a cold glint flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Her slender fingers landed on the zither. The strings of the originally simple and unadorned zither were injected with a lot of magic power and suddenly lit up with several rays of light. Chapter 1108. Looking at the zither in Yunsheng's hand, the people from the Bailuan sect were suspicious. Could it be that Miss Yun wanted to use such a frail-looking zither to fight the flaming red tree spirit? Whoosh, whoosh, as her slender fingers fell, the magical radiance on the zither strings turned into a cold glint in an instant. The sound of the zither instantly formed dozens of magical attacks that were sharper than blades and arrows. At first, the sound of the zither sounded endless, but its power was like that of thunder. Countless zither notes, some in the form of fireballs, some in the form of wind blades, some in the form of earth spikes, some in the form of water arrows, and some in the form of black lightning attacks. These magical attacks were merciless, and the angles of the attacks were extremely tricky. The pink demonic beast squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder flapped its wings from time to time. Dear master, break its legs and explode its head. The magical attacks formed by the sound of the zither were even more ferocious than the attacks of senior brother Chuan, a martial Grand Emperor expert. Wounds quickly appeared on the flaming red tree spirit, whose skin was like tree bark. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the disciples from the Bailuan sect. They suddenly realized that Miss Yunsheng was actually an extremely powerful expert. Earlier, they had thought that she was a weak, light criminal. The tree spirit knew how powerful the sound of the zither was. It could not dodge in time and tried to burrow into the ground. However, there was a wave of movement on the ground, and rows of sharp black thorns rose from the ground and pierced the roots of the flaming red tree spirit. The tree spirit let out a sharp hiss. The sound of the zither was like an avalanche, and it carried magical power as it slashed toward the waist of the tree spirit. Yunsheng had already seen clearly that the weakest part of the tree spirit, which looked as tough as old tree bark, was its waist, which was buried in the ground. With a swoosh, the waist of the tree spirit was cut in half by the sound of the zither, and yellow pus sprayed all over the ground. This slash was crafty and vicious, and its power was even more shocking. The 100 Thunder Gates people couldn't help but change their expressions. However, Yunsheng, who was in midair, had a very relaxed expression on her face. It was as if she was playing a beautiful zither. Her appearance was as if she was simply not killing the tree stalks. Instead, she was playing a zither under the moonlight. No one was more shocked than Ingyu when she saw this. Her eyes were wide open as if she had seen the strangest thing in the world. She stared at the zither music attacks falling from the sky one after another. So powerful. Ingyu was a magic archer. No one knew better than her the meaning of so many magic zither lights. That was magic power, and it was magic power of many different attributes. A magic attack was many times more difficult than a normal dochi attack. Even Ingyu herself couldn't control so many magic attacks at once. However, the weak-looking female mage, who had been hiding behind him earlier, was handling the situation with ease. The funniest thing was that she had actually mocked him earlier. At this moment, Ingyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing that the fiery red tree spirit had lost its vitality, Bobo Sheep was very nimble. "Dearest master, let me do it. Let me do it." The fiery red tree spirit was a king-level magical beast. Dearest master was really too powerful. Her celestial fox's second inheritance would definitely defeat the tree stalks. That soul crystal was his. Yunsheng also knew that Bobo Sheep was going to play a role in hindsight again, so she simply let it do it. The 100 Thunder Gates people all widened their eyes. With a whoosh, Bobo Sheep's small body had already landed beside the corpse of the tree stalk from Yunsheng's shoulder. Bobo Sheep's pair of meaty wings flapped, and with a sudden force, it pulled out the lower half of the fiery red tree spirit, which was countless times bigger than itself, like pulling out a radish, and threw it aside. The ground shook a few times. The poor fiery red tree spirit was considered a tyrant in the Weiwu forest, but tonight, it was killed by Yunsheng and Bobo Sheep, two evil beasts who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. What amazing strength! The 100 Thunder Gates disciples were once again stunned. They didn't expect that the magical beast squatting on Miss Yunsheng's shoulder was actually so terrifying. Bobo, a king-level magical beast's soul crystal. Bobo Sheep's black bean-like eyes emitted bursts of light. It nimbly dug out a red soul crystal from the fiery red tree spirit's abdomen. Seeing that the tree stalk was completely dead, the 100 Thunder Gates people recovered their wits. Ingyu hurriedly ordered people to search around, and finally rescued the unconscious Ing Chuan from an underground nest not far away. After treatment, Ing Chuan woke up. He had just woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the fiery red tree spirit lying on the ground not far away. The fiery red tree spirit's body had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. A trace of shock appeared in Ing Chuan's eyes. While Ing Chuan was unconscious, he was still thinking that the 100 Thunder Gate was really going to face a great disaster this time. Who killed the fiery red tree spirit? He then looked to his side. Ingyu and his junior brothers of the 100 Thunder sect were still there. Yunsheng and her magical beast were standing not far away. Ingyu and his junior brothers were all looking at Yunsheng with reverence. After asking, Ing Chuan already knew what had happened. "Miss Yunsheng, thank you for saving our lives. Ingyu, quickly come over and thank Miss Yun." Ing Chuan had already learned the truth from Ingyu, so he wasn't particularly surprised. As he had guessed, Yunsheng wasn't an ordinary person. It was just that Ing Chuan hadn't expected Yunsheng to be able to kill the fiery red tree spirit on her own. What's there to thank? We weren't the ones who begged her to kill the fiery red tree spirit. If it wasn't for her, we would have been able to get the fiery red tree spirit's soul crystal long ago. Although Yu had silently acknowledged Yunxing's strength in her heart, she still admitted defeat verbally and refused to thank Yunxing no matter what. She also felt somewhat resentful that Yunxing had deliberately concealed her strength. She and her senior brother Ingchuan had spent a lot of time tracking down the fiery red tree spirit. If Yunxing hadn't offended the Thousand Hells sect, they might have already made their move tonight. Regardless of whether it was the underworld or the human world, there was a rule that whoever killed an ownerless magical beast or magical plant would get to keep the soul crystal. Moreover, the fiery red tree spirit was killed by Yunxing. If she really wanted to take the soul crystal, Yu could only complain. She couldn't really snatch it, so she could only stare at the fiery red tree spirit from the side. Miss Yunxing, please forgive Yu's rudeness. That soul crystal is really important to the 100 Hells sect. Do you think you can sell it to us at a high price? Ingchuan also had a helpless expression. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. However, the soul crystal was related to his master's life and death, so he could only thicken his skin and beg once. Chapter 1109. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that 100 Ren sect definitely needed this soul crystal. She wasn't a tyrannical person, so she was just about to ask Baby Sheep to hand over the soul crystal of the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede. Who knew that when Baby Sheep heard this, he would stuff the soul crystal into his mouth with a huff? What a joke. Don't even think about taking away a soul crystal that has entered this world deity's pocket, Baby Sheep snorted. Why was he so stingy? If he really became a world deity, he wouldn't care about those large amounts of king-level soul crystals. However, this was a special time. He was a world deity waiting to be appointed, and he was in the territory of that smelly fart underworld deity. He had to speed up his cultivation so that he wouldn't lose face in the future. He would eat as many king-level soul crystals as he could find. Yunxing was very embarrassed. She was also speechless by Baby Sheep's willfulness. Yu was so angry that her face turned red. The group of people from 100 Ren sect also showed angry expressions. Big Brother Ing, I'm sorry. Baby Sheep is still young, Yunxing said helplessly. How about this, if we meet another Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede on the way, I'll hunt another soul crystal as compensation. Do you think you can hunt it just like that? The Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede is a very rare mutated demonic plant. Even in the Weiwu Forest, there aren't many of them. Without the soul crystal, my father's poison can't be cured. Yu had been lying in ambush in the forest for half a month before she found traces of the tree centipede. Seeing that the soul crystal had been eaten by Baby Sheep, her eyes turned red. When Yunxing heard this, she immediately felt relieved. She had thought that the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede was very important. Big Brother Ing, missing you, what kind of poison has Sect Master Ing been poisoned by? Why don't you take me to have a look? I won't hide it from you. I'm a doctor, and I happen to have some miraculous medicines that can cure all kinds of poisons. The miraculous medicines Yunxing mentioned were naturally the water of life. The water of life from the immortal Holy Grail was useful against most poisons in the human world. Yunxing believed that it could also cure the underworld's poison. Even though the people from the Bailuan sect did not really believe that a young doctor like Yunxing could possess such brilliant medical skills, they could only rush to the Bailuan sect with Yunxing since they no longer had the Scarlet Fire Soul Crystal. On the other side, Thousand Hells sect's Spiky Tiger, who had been ambushed by Yunxing, returned to the Thousand Hells sect's headquarters in Jima province with injuries. The reason why Savage Cub was able to run amok in the Dongwei Gate was because he was uncle and nephew to the vice sect master of the Myriad Hell sect, Ci Lai. Every time the Spiky Tiger committed a crime, it would hand over a portion of its soul stones to Ci Lai. This time, Ci Lai was furious when he heard that Ci Lai had met with an accident and was defeated by the 100 Ren Gate. Useless thing, you can't even beat those two little bastards, Ing Chuan and Ing Yu. Humph, but you don't have to worry. The 100 Thunder Gate doesn't have many good days left. Assassin revealed a sinister smile. Uncle, what do you mean? Are you saying that the sect master's injuries have healed? Wan Tianqiu, the sect master of the Thousand Hells sect, was similar in strength to the sect master of the 100 Ren Gate. They were both intermediate martial gods. However, when the Thousand Hells sect launched a sneak attack on the 100 Ren Gate, both Wan Tianqiu and Ing Hai were severely injured. Although Ing Hai was severely poisoned, Wan Tianqiu was also severely injured. Therefore, although the Thousand Hells sect had been suppressing the 100 Ren Gate recently, they did not have the ability to annihilate the 100 Ren Gate. The sect master is still in closed-door cultivation. However, this time, the two of us can kill that old fellow, Ing Hai, even without the sect master's help. Do you know why the juniors from the 100 Ren Gate are in the Weiwu Forest? That's because I bribed the people from the Magical Ability Pavilion and sold them a fake piece of information. As the vice sect master of the Thousand Inferno sect, Ci Lai was very shrewd even though he had just become a martial god. It would be fine if the juniors from the 100 Ren Gate did not find the soul crystal of the great fiery scarlet tree sprite. However, if they did find the soul crystal, the same day next year would be the anniversary of Ing Hai's death. Men, go and keep an eye on the 100 Ren Gate. As soon as we receive news of Ing Hai's death, we will immediately annihilate the 100 Ren Gate. Without Ing Hai, the 100 Ren Gate would undoubtedly be in Ci Lai's pocket. When he thought of the various treasures and properties in the 100 Ren Gate, Ci Lai drooled. Seeing his uncle's confident face, the piercing tiger endured the pain and quickly flattered him. Uncle, you are really astute and astute. I can't catch up to you even if I were to flatter you. I also have a request. The 100 Ren sect has snatched a beautiful sorceress from me. If I destroy the 100 Ren sect, I hope that uncle can reward me with that sorceress. When the piercing tiger thought of Yunqing's beautiful face and graceful figure, his heart itched as if a cat was scratching it. Useless. Look at you, you'll die in the hands of a woman sooner or later. She's just a female magician. Once the Thousand Hells sect becomes the biggest sect in Jimo region, I'll be able to get you even if you want a female ghost. Assassin's face was filled with disappointment. Just as the people from the Thousand Hells sect were lying in ambush near the 100 Ren Gate, Ing Chuan left the Weiwu Forest with Yunsheng and entered Jimo County. As one of the 8 major counties in the underworld, Jimo County was the county closest to the East Wei Gate. Therefore, most of the humans gathered here. Yunsheng looked at the bustling city gate and suddenly had the illusion that she was still in the human world. The 100 Ren Gate was located in Jimo City. When Yunsheng entered the 100 Ren Gate, she acutely sensed that there were a few strong auras lying in ambush near the gate. It seemed that there were still people concerned about the safety of the 100 Ren Gate's leader. Master was ambushed during a routine inspection half a year ago. The other party used a vicious poison. We all suspect that it was the work of the Thousand Hells sect, but we don't have any evidence. Ing Chuan led Yunsheng into the room of the 100 Ren Gate's leader. A man in his 40s with a pale face was lying on the sickbed. When Ing Yu saw the man's appearance, she quickly went forward and said softly, "Father, I am useless." The soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite was taken away. After saying that, she did not forget to turn around and glare at the baby goat on Yunsheng's shoulder. The man did not care. He knew that the poison had already seeped into his meridians. Even the soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite might not be able to save him. As long as his daughter and eldest disciple Ing Chuan were fine, he was satisfied. Ing Hai did not even have the strength to speak. However, he still noticed that there was a woman following behind Ing Chuan. That woman was not simple at all. When she entered the sect, even he, a martial god, could not see through her cultivation level. Moreover, there was a demonic beast squatting on her body. Sect leader Ing, I am the doctor that Big Brother Ing and Miss Ing invited. Please let me take a look at your condition. Yunxing did not dawdle. She directly walked forward and took sect leader Ying's pulse. After taking a look, she frowned and said, Big Brother Ing, sect leader Ying's poison is not ordinary. I need to examine it carefully. Please send your servants away. Also, set up a restriction around the room. Ing Chuan saw that Yunxing's expression was strange. He then looked at his master Ing Hai. Ing Hai was an understanding person. He nodded. Ing Chuan quickly followed Yunxing's instructions. Those who were supposed to work went to work, and those who were supposed to study went to study. It was the first day of work, and I felt like my whole body was as weak as noodles. Thank you for the tips and recommendation tickets. It's already the end of the month. If you still don't vote, I'll go rob you guys. Chapter 11:10. Soon, only the father and daughter of the Ying family, Yunxing, Ing Chuan, and the others were left in the room. Yunxing, how is my father's condition? Yu could tell from Yunxing's expression that something was amiss. Yunxing glanced at Yu coolly. Since this woman hadn't handed her over in the forest, she would tolerate her this once. Who told you that the scarlet fiery tree sprite soul crystal could cure sect leader Ying's poison? Yunxing's voice was filled with a hint of murderous intent. With Yunxing's medical skills, it wasn't difficult for her to identify the poison in Ing Hai's body. However, when she was examining him, she discovered that the poison in Ing Hai's body was a very strong fire poison. If this fire poison was dragged out slowly, Ing Hai could live for 3 to 5 years before slowly dying of exhaustion. However, if she really did as Ing Yu and the others had said and found the scarlet fiery tree sprite soul crystal to cure Ing Hai's poison, then the poison would definitely attack his heart and Ing Hai would die on the spot. The prescription was given by the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Could it be that there's something wrong with it? Ing Yu grew anxious. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You almost killed sect leader Ing. I can cure this poison, but I'll need about 3 days to completely cure it. Yunsheng was in a bad mood. She ordered Ing Chuan to bring her a brush and paper. She scribbled a few words and wrote down a prescription. Yunsheng had casually written down the prescription. They were all warm and nourishing herbs. However, at the end, Yunsheng would add a few drops of the water of life. Even though they weren't in the mortal realm, Yunsheng was still as cautious as ever. She didn't want to expose the fact that she possessed the immortal Holy Grail. You can really save father. You're not trying to extort us. Ing Yu still didn't quite believe it. She had treated Yunxing so badly in the past. She didn't really believe that Yunxing would be so magnanimous as to save her father. Get the medicine. Sect leader's shadow will definitely recover within 3 days. However, it's up to you whether you want to announce this good news to the public. Yunxing was too lazy to argue with Ing Yu. She had lived 2 lives. How could she not see that Ing Yu was hostile to her because of Ing Chuan? Please, she had lived 2 lives. Just dealing with Night Fox was enough of a headache. How could she have the energy to care about other women's jealousy? You do as divine physician Yun says. Ing Chuan, spread the news that my condition has worsened in the next few days. Ing Hai had already sat up. Just now, when Yunsheng was diagnosing him, he felt that a strange force had been injected into his pulse. For an expert like Ing Hai, when an external force entered his body, his first reaction would be to resist it. However, as a martial god, Ing Chuan discovered that he was unable to resist that strange force. Ing Hai was shocked. The feeling of powerlessness in his body lessened a lot in an instant. Soon, Hai discovered that the force was not malicious. After the force entered his body, he felt much more comfortable. His vital chi was like a moving needle as it circled around his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, he could feel that much of the poison that had been accumulating in his body had been removed. In addition, when Yunxing had prescribed the medicine, she had said something meaningful. How could an old fox like the Shadow Sect leader, who had experienced great storms and waves, not understand her hidden meaning? Ying Chuan and Ying Yu had paid a great price to go to the Magical Abilities Pavilion to find the prescription for their own condition. However, they did not expect that the people of the Thousand Hells sect would secretly seize the opportunity. If it were not for the appearance of this stunning woman in front of him, he was afraid that he would have died in a daze this time. If he died, it was easy to imagine what would happen to the Hundred Thunder sect. "Father, you can move your body." Ying Yu was pleasantly surprised. However, she was immediately shocked by her father's warning. "Master, are you suspecting that someone is secretly plotting against you?" Ying Chuan also realized that something was wrong. Someone wants to take advantage of the situation to annex the Hundred Thunder sect. This time, I will definitely make them go for wool and come home shorn. A dark cloud covered Ying Hai's face. Those scum of the Thousand Hells sect actually used such a sinister method. How could he, Ying Hai, let them get what they wanted? Ying Yu helped Ying Hai rest while Ying Chuan arranged a guest room for Yunxing. After what happened with Ying Hai, Ying Chuan's admiration for Yunxing had long turned into reverence. He also knew that this woman, who looked younger than him and Ying Yu, was far superior to him and Ying Yu in terms of strength and intelligence. He did not dare to have any improper thoughts. "Big brother Ying, I have one more thing to ask. Previously in Weiwu Forest, you said that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in a place called the Ghost King Cave. Where is the Ghost King Cave now?" Yunsheng was only halfway through her question in Weiwu Forest when she was interrupted by the piercing tiger. Just now, they had been rushing to see a doctor and she had not found a chance to ask Ying Chuan. The Ghost King Cave was a tomb that the Phantasm Ghost King built for himself on a whim when he was alive. Its location is very mysterious. For so many years, no one has known its whereabouts. If Miss Yun is interested, you can go to the Magical Ability Pavilion and ask. Perhaps the people there have a way to know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Ying Chuan told Yunxing regretfully that he did not know the location of the Ghost King Cave either. After all, the Hundred Thunder sect was only a declining power in Jimal County. Even the great powers of the underworld might not know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Not only the Hundred Thunder sect, but most of the sect experts and aristocratic families in the 8 counties of the underworld had been searching for the location of the Ghost King Cave after the death of the Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts were unpredictable. However, there were different opinions about his strength. His footprints were all over the human realm, the underworld, and even the god realm. Therefore, his ultimate techniques and treasures were even more innumerable. It was said that after he died, all of his treasures and martial arts were left in the Ghost King Cave. As long as one could enter the Ghost King Cave, it meant that in the foreseeable future, a character like the Phantasm Ghost King would appear on the continent again. Unfortunately, when the Phantasm Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave, he had already hidden the location of the Ghost King Cave. Since he had no descendants or relatives, the location of the Ghost King Cave became a case without any clues. It was the Magical Ability Pavilion again. It seemed that the original plan would not change. She still had to make a trip to the Magical Ability Pavilion tomorrow. Yunxing thought to herself. The next day, Yunxing woke up early in the morning. She inquired the people of the Hundred Thunder sect about the location of the Magical Ability Pavilion. Then, she brought baby sheep to the Magical Ability Pavilion. There were auction houses on the boundless continent, but there was no place like the Magical Ability Pavilion. According to Ying Chuan's description, the magical ability pavilion was more like a spy agency in Yunsheng's impression. As long as one had money, one could buy any information. It was very likely that the location of the Ghost King cave could be found in this information. Chapter 11:11. After Yunsheng stepped into the mystical abilities pavilion, she suddenly remembered a very serious problem. That was, she did not have money. To be precise, she did not have the underworld currency, soul stones that could be used in the underworld. Previously, when she was in Weiwu Forest, Yunsheng had planned to obtain some soul stones as soon as possible in the forest. Who knew that she would be interrupted by the 100 Cloud clan, and she would not be able to obtain a single soul stone? Originally, she could have obtained a red fire soul crystal that should have been considered precious, but it had been swallowed by that miser baby sheep. Now, Yunsheng really did not have many soul stones on her. Even if she had not asked, Yunsheng could imagine with her toes that the price for such big news as the location of the Ghost King cave would definitely be astronomical. However, since she was already here, Yunsheng could only brace herself and enter the mystical abilities pavilion first. The moment she entered the mystical abilities pavilion, Yunsheng discovered that the famous mystical abilities pavilion in the underworld was an inconspicuous shop. Other than the signboard with the words Mystical Abilities Pavilion hanging on the door, the furnishings inside were no different from an ordinary pawn shop. The small shop was 10 square meters in size and did not have any goods for sale. There was only a tall counter, and behind the counter sat a shriveled old man who was currently dozing off. Yunsheng coughed softly a few times, and that old man's eyelids trembled. He opened his muddy old eyes and glanced at Yunsheng. "Excuse me, is this the Mystical Abilities Pavilion?" Yunsheng found it very difficult to associate the two words, mystical abilities, with this inconspicuous little shop in front of her. Nonsense, of course this is the Mystical Abilities Pavilion. There is only one shop in the entire Gmall Commandery. I am the shopkeeper of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Shinjizi. I know everything about the underworld from astronomy to ghosts and deities. Little girl, if you want to buy information, hurry up. The Mystical Abilities Pavilion only sells 10 pieces of information a day. We won't accept any overdue information. The shriveled old man who called himself Shinjizi narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Shinjizi had white hair and a white beard, and he looked to be close to 100 years old. Yunsheng was afraid that he would fall asleep again, so she quickly said, "Old man, I want to know the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave." When he heard the words Ghost King cave, the corners of Shinjizi's mouth twitched. His originally drowsy expression immediately changed. His wrinkled old face immediately broke into a smile that resembled a chrysanthemum flower. "If you're here for information about the Ghost King cave, then you've asked the right person. The Mystic Pavilion does have information about the Ghost King cave, but it's not cheap. It costs 100 King-class soul stones." Shinjizi could almost hear the sound of a pile of soul stones ringing in his ears. In his eyes, Yunsheng had become a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Baw, baw. 100 king-tier soul stones. Old man, why don't you just go rob a bank? Before Yunsheng could react, baby sheep, who was standing on her shoulder, almost fell off. If its master had 100 king-tier soul stones, it would go crazy with joy. This old man actually asked for king-tier soul stones right off the bat. King-tier demonic beasts were comparable to martial gods and saint-level dharma kings. Even in the underworld, where demonic beasts were abundant, it was impossible to gather 100 king-tier soul stones in such a short time. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu from the 100 Thunder sect had spent half a month before they barely found the weakest king-tier scarlet fire treant in the Wei Fog Forest. Hey, I was wondering why that little fat sheep on your back doesn't know how to watch its mouth. Be careful not to piss this old man off. I'll roast it and eat it. Little fellow, what your master wants to know is the Ghost King Cave. That's the place where the phantasm Ghost King's bones are buried. If you really enter the Ghost King Cave, let alone 100 King Tier soul stones, even 10,000 would be a profit for you. The old man blew his beard and glared. Buy it or not, this old man just released the news last night. I haven't had time to sell it yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to buy it. Shinjizi rolled his eyes. He thought that a big fat sheep had come, but it turned out to be a penniless one. He said unhappily, if you don't have any soul stones, then get out. Don't disturb this old man's nap. After saying that, he unceremoniously kicked Yunxing out. Although Yunxing was not good at business, she and Tianyu were at least sworn brothers. How could she not see through the business people's faces and tricks? She dared to guarantee that even if she spent 100 King Tier soul stones to buy the news, this old man would sell it to 10 or even 100 people in a single turn. The Phantasm Ghost King was a person who was unpredictable. He was a restless person when he was alive. The Ghost King cave that he had designed for himself would definitely be filled with traps and dangers. If there was a large group of people exploring the Ghost King cave, the difficulty of finding the heart-distress lantern would definitely increase greatly. However, this was a matter for the future. Before that, Yunxing still had to think of a way to gather the 100 soul stones. Helpless, Yunxing could only walk out of the mystical abilities pavilion and take stock of the valuable items on her. She practically emptied the beast language ring, but Yunxing only took out 67 9th-level soul stones. According to the conversion rate of soul stones used in the underworld and the human world, 100 9th-level soul stones were only equivalent to 1 King Tier soul stone. These soul stones were not even enough for 1 King Tier soul stone. Of course, there was another way, which was to barter. Yunxing's summoning demon's hand and immortal holy grail were divine artifacts. Even in the underworld, they were first-rate treasures. However, this was obviously not a good idea. Once the divine artifacts were exposed, Yunxing's journey to the underworld would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Without soul stones, she would not be able to use them as collateral. Yunxing calculated again. Even if she went all out to hunt King Tier demonic beasts, she would need at least a year to gather 100 King Tier soul stones. By then, the so-called news of her emerging from the underworld would become a daydream. The Ghost King cave would probably be emptied out by others. Moi, my dearest master, why don't we kill him and rob him? Moi did not learn the good things, but learned the bad things. It gestured with its fleshy wings and made a throat-slitting action. Although that old man does not have any magic or dochi waves around him, he dares to take charge of the mystical abilities pavilion alone. He is definitely not simple. Yunxing had also observed the mystical abilities pavilion. The entire mystical abilities pavilion was not guarded. In Jima County, where the 1000 Yama sect, 100 Cloud sect, and other factions were in great numbers, the mystical abilities pavilion could not be so simple. A powerful dragon would not fight a local snake. Yunxing did not want to become enemies with the mystical abilities pavilion. Moi, I got it. Dear master, you don't have a soul stone, but maybe the Qilin boy has one. Didn't you always say that the Qilin boy's things are yours? Baby sheep was worthy of being Yunxing's natal summoned beast. It was taught by Yunxing to be quite modern. Only then did Yunxing remember that Bo was right. Not long ago, her beast language ring had provided for the super rich Yi Baiming. Chapter 11-12. That's right. She didn't have a soul stone, but that didn't mean that Yi Baiming didn't have one. Yunxing thought about it again. Although Yi Baiming was a quiet person, this guy was able to sneak away a large amount of purple gold ore when he was still a nosy prince. His net worth was probably much higher than hers. He had plundered countless people and magical beasts. In his early years, he had even specially killed blood cloud beasts on the mainland. Perhaps he had a soul stone on him. Bobo Sheep also specially reminded Yunxing that even if he didn't have a soul stone, the Qilin boy still had a lot of Qilin King's blood crystals on him. This was something that Bobo Sheep had heard about when it pestered Yi Baiming to ask for a king-level magical beast's soul stone. In terms of value, the value of a Qilin King's blood crystal and a king-level magical beast's soul stone could be calculated at a ratio of 2 to 1. It was a pity that Bobo Sheep couldn't absorb the Qilin King's blood crystal because of its physique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been drooling over the king-level magical beast's soul stone. Yunxing followed the principle of shared property between husband and wife and released the gold coins without hesitation. Bobo Sheep's usual ideas were mostly bad ones. 9 out of 10 of them were unreliable. But this time, it had accidentally found the right path. Yunxing's current trouble could only be solved by Yi Baiming. As the former Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming was sitting on more than 50% of the wealth of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. In his early years, he was also the boss of the Wanlong gambling house. His net worth was more than Yunxing's. But what Yunxing didn't expect was that Night Fox didn't think so when she said shared property between husband and wife. This wasn't to say that Yi Baiming was stingy. It was just that he was a little depressed. Ever since he came to the underworld, Yi Baiming had been locked in the beast language ring by Yunxing because of the brand of a felon on his body. This trial lasted for several days. Among them, there was even a potential admirer, Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming saw everything clearly in the beast language ring. Even Yi Baiming had heard the old man Shen Jizi's half-extortion, half-blackmail, half-demand for 100 king-grade soul stones. Therefore, when Yunxing asked to borrow his soul stone, Yi Baiming pretended to make things difficult for her. Yi Baiming was different from the prodigal woman, Yunxing. When he entered the Qilin King's tomb, he also found a lot of Qilin blood crystals. It was just that Yunxing let her magical beasts take all the celestial fox blood crystals. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, used a special method to preserve all the Qilin blood crystals in the Qilin King's tomb. At Yi Baiming's current cultivation level, he already had the body of a Qilin. The Qilin blood crystals were of little use to him. It didn't matter whether he kept the Qilin blood crystals or not. But when he saw the longing look in Yunxing's eyes, he couldn't help but have the thought of teasing her. Night Fox, you can't be so stingy. Usually, when a man pursues a woman, he needs a token of love or something. Just give me those Qilin blood crystals. Yunxing pondered. Wasn't that how it was portrayed in ancient dramas? She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have gained anything from Night Fox. She had kissed and slept with him. If she didn't get anything in return, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Dear Master, the Qilin boy said that it's no problem to give you the Qilin blood crystals. But a token of love is a matter of reciprocity. You have to give him something in return. Popping Sheep acted as a temporary translator. Stinky Fox, so stingy. What does he want in return? Yunxing was depressed. She flipped through her entire beast language ring and finally found something suitable to give to Yi Baiming. That was the heavy armor she got from the mixed blood elf weapon refiner Moke before she joined the mainland's elite magic caster camp. According to Moke, this armor was very suitable for demon warriors. Of course, the quality of the armor was not suitable for Yi Baiming now. Yunxing thought for a while and decided to refine the armor again before giving it to Yi Baiming. Her current elven hellfire could indeed raise the quality of her armor to a whole new level. After expressing her intention, Yi Baiming agreed and gave those Qilin blood crystals to Yunxing. Yunxing counted carefully and found that there were hundreds of King Qilin blood essences. She instantly beamed and kept all the Qilin blood crystals for her own use. The old man in the Divine Ability Pavilion, Shinjizi, was just about to continue dozing off when he heard a clattering sound. A cluster of sparkling soul stones flashed, and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. King Qilin blood crystals that were comparable to king-level soul stones. Shinjizi narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the King Qilin blood crystals. As he looked, he clicked his tongue in wonder. It's actually a blood crystal condensed from the flesh of the King Qilin, who had the strongest physical body among the ancient Bakra orcs. I haven't seen such a pure blood crystal for many years. It's full of evil energy. It's really intoxicating. Hee, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Miss, you can actually take out so many king-level soul stones at once. The shriveled old man laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. As long as you pay 200 Qilin blood crystals of the same quality, I will sell the map of the Ghost King's cave to you. Yunsheng was very straightforward. She took out 200 Qilin blood crystals. Seeing this, Shinjizi hurriedly spread his hands and wanted to keep all 200 Qilin blood crystals. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach out, he heard a whoosh. An unknown pink object fell from the sky and crushed all the king-level Qilin blood crystals. Hey, you fat sheep! Move away! Shinjizi was anxious. Wait, old man. Before I buy the information, I also have a piece of information to sell to you. Yunsheng blinked and smiled like a flower. Shinjizi felt a chill on his neck. He had a bad feeling about this. Who am I? I don't have any information. Why would I need you to sell me? Shinjizi pulled a long face. This little girl from the mortal world was very well informed. He, Shinjizi, dared to say that he was third in the underworld. As for the first and second. There was no way. Old man Shinjizi, don't be in such a hurry to bite me to death. This information is neither big nor small. It concerns the reputation of the Magical Powers Pavilion. Didn't Senior sell a piece of information to the 100 Ren sect half a month ago? Yunsheng asked with a smile. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Shinjizi's face twitched. The Magical Powers Pavilion's transactions have always been confidential. It's best that you don't ask who I sold the information to. Old man Shinjizi, selling information is naturally none of my business. But if the information you sold is fake, then it's a hindrance to me. After all, I have to spend 100 king-level demon beast soul stones to buy information about the Ghost King cave. If the information is wrong, wouldn't I have wasted my money? Yunsheng mocked. Buy it if you want. The Magical Powers Pavilion won't do business with you. Shinjizi, that old man, had some temper. He waved his hand and was about to send her away. Chapter 11-13. Shinjizi was certain that his deal with the 10,000 Yama sect was so secretive that it was impossible for this human and beast to know about it. Yunsheng had also expected Shinjizi to deny it. She gave the sheep a look and the sheep obeyed. The Magical Abilities Pavilion accepted bribes and colluded with the 10,000 Yama sect to frame the sect master of the 100 Ren sect, Hai. Popping Sheep immediately jumped up and howled as it flew towards the door. It even started to shout loudly. Shut up. Don't make a fuss. Shinjizi didn't expect Yunsheng to do this. His face immediately turned red. Shinjizi was an old scoundrel. He didn't expect to meet Yunsheng and the sheep, who were even more scoundrels than scoundrels today. Popping Sheep was used to being lawless, and its loud voice was not inferior to its crying. If it continued to shout for a while longer, it was guaranteed that the entire Silent Ink City would know about the collusion between the myriad Yama sect and the Abilities Pavilion. Shintongzi's face was red with anger. His originally sleepy eyes suddenly changed. His body flashed strangely, and like a hunting eagle, his 5 fingers turned into golden hooks and grabbed at baby sheep. Bubbling sheep looked plump and fluffy, but its movements weren't slow. Its pink figure jumped and bumped about in the small Divine Secrets Pavilion. Shinjizi actually couldn't catch it. The scariest thing was that the popping sheep's strength was astonishing. With every bump and jump, the shop was in shambles. There were holes everywhere. If this continued, before he could catch the sheep, his mystique pavilion would be torn apart. Shinjizi was extremely vexed. He could tell that the pink demonic beast wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. He probably couldn't catch up to its speed. Shinjizi sighed inwardly. He had been blinded by greed. One day, he accidentally got drunk and accepted money from Ci Lai from the 10,000 Yama sect. He helped Ci Lai once by selling him fake information. In the end, he fell into someone's trap. Stop. Tell your demonic beast to stop. This old man can't take it anymore. Tell me, what do you want? Shinjizi's face was ashen. Only now did he realize that this man and beast from the mortal world were not as simple as he thought. She originally wanted to blackmail Yunxing, but in the end, she was caught by her. Senior Shinjizi, please don't worry. As long as you tell me the truth about the Ghost King Cave and promise that you won't leak the secret of the Ghost King Cave in the future, I will keep this secret. I won't give you any less than 1 Qilin blood crystal. Yunxing knew that when dealing with people like Shinjizi, she had to be careful. She couldn't force him into a corner, but at the same time, she had to give him an appropriate amount of sweetness. Only by relaxing and relaxing could she ensure that Shinjizi would cooperate with her happily. As expected, after hearing Yunxing's conditions, Shinjizi's gloomy face turned bright. He immediately returned to his previous smiling face. Don't worry, don't worry. This old man promises you that after I take your soul stone, I won't sell the information to a third party. The clues about the Ghost King Cave will definitely be true. Only then did Yunxing pass the Qilin blood crystal to Shinjizi. After Shinjizi checked it, he cleared his throat. As for the specific location of the Beast King Cave, this old man has already drawn a map. As long as you follow the map, you'll be able to find the location of the Ghost King Cave. Shinjizi handed a hand-drawn map to Yunxing. Yunxing looked at it. The Ghost King Cave indicated on the map was located at a place called Ghost Water Stream. Ghost Water Stream was different from Jimo region, which was right next to Dongwei Gate. It was right next to Shiwei Gate, which was also the underworld. It was the place with the most souls. However, little girl, seeing that you're as cunning as this old man will also tell you an additional clue. Don't worry, this clue is free of charge. There's a demonic beast waiting outside Ghost Water Stream. That demonic beast used to be the Netherworld Ghost King's mount. It's said to be a demigod-ranked demonic beast. You have to think carefully. Shinjizi advised from the side. Many thanks for Senior Shinjizi's reminder. This one must go to Ghost Water Stream. You just have to remember our agreement. We'll meet again someday. After Yunxing received the map, she left the Divine Ability Pavilion. After Yunxing left, Shinjizi happily placed the 200 Qilin blood crystals into a huge chest. There were already a large amount of soul stones inside. If one looked carefully, there were at least several tens of thousands of them. It's just enough for 100 people. Little girl, this old man has kept our agreement and will not release any more information. However, the information that has been sold in the past 20 years will not be included in this list. In the underworld, only the two of you dare to bargain with this old man. Ghost Water Stream is not that easy to enter. I hope you'll be lucky enough to come back alive. After Yunsheng and Baby Sheep received the news of the Beast King Cave, they returned to the 100th Thunder Gate. Just as they arrived at the gate, they saw Yu giving instructions to a few disciples. When she saw Yunsheng, Yu's expression became a little strange. After dawdling for a long time, Yu walked up and said bashfully, "Thank you for saving my father. However, I still don't like you." The poison in Hai's body was almost completely removed. Only now did Yu know that Yunsheng was really an amazing physician. Thinking about her attitude towards Yunsheng, Yu couldn't help but feel guilty. The reason why Yu disliked Yunsheng was because she had always been secretly in love with her senior brother Chuan. When she saw that Chuan had feelings for Yunsheng, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng just smiled. Yu's temper reminded her of her good friend Dong Huangling. She was a typical person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. All of her likes and dislikes were written all over her face. It was also because of this that although Yunsheng was offended by Yu a few times, she still couldn't hate Yu. "Miss Yu, I think I should clarify with you that I have nothing to do with your senior brother Ing. I'm already married." Yu was stunned. She looked at Yunsheng with a face full of disbelief. She could clearly see that Yunsheng's hairstyle was obviously that of an unmarried woman. Besides, if she really had a husband, why would she come to a place like the underworld alone? Seeing that Yu didn't believe her, Yunsheng let Dollar out and told Yu about her and Yi Baiming. Yu was confused. She looked at Dollar, who was standing beside Yunsheng. Yunsheng was obviously a human, and Dollar was obviously a magical beast. The two of them, but at the same time, Yu saw something unusual in Dollar's eyes. Although Dollar didn't speak, his eyes were always on Yunsheng. Yu couldn't be more familiar with that gaze. Because she had always been looking at senior brother Chuan with the same gaze. The doubt in her eyes and the jealousy in her heart gradually disappeared. Yu couldn't help but be moved by the relationship between Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. Only then did the two of them bury the hatchet and become familiar with each other. Yunsheng took the opportunity to ask about Jima Prefecture and the underworld. Chapter 11-14. Between Yunsheng and Yu, after the former enmity was buried, they quickly became familiar with each other. Once they started chatting, there was a lot to talk about. Women were really strange creatures. A moment ago, they were shouting to kill each other. Now, they were acting like best friends. Dollar, who was lying on one side, comfortably rested his head on Yunsheng's lap and rolled his eyes. Perhaps Yu felt guilty for misunderstanding Yunsheng earlier, so she patiently answered Yunsheng's questions one by one. "Actually, I've always been curious. Didn't they say that everyone who was exiled to the underworld would have a punishment brand on them? Why don't you and Brother Ing have any?" Yunsheng had noticed this when she met Chuan and Yu. Not only Yu and Chuan, but Yunsheng also found that many people didn't have any punishment brand on them after entering Silent Ink City. Not everyone from the underworld has a punishment brand on their body. Only the humans who were exiled to the underworld from the mortal world have a punishment brand on them, Yu said as she stole a glance at Dollar, who was beside Yunsheng. Looking at the punishment brand with the word 1000 on Dollar, Yu's heart still palpitated a little. If Yunsheng hadn't said that Dollar was her husband, Yu would have stayed far away from such a felon who had been slaughtered by thousands. After Yu's explanation, Yunsheng learned that there were several kinds of people in the underworld. One kind was like Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, who were exiled from the mortal world. Another kind was the descendants of the humans who were exiled to the underworld in the early years. The last kind was the natives of the underworld, the Nether clan. Yu and Chuan belonged to the second kind. Their ancestors were exiled to the underworld because of some mistakes. Then they got married and had children in the underworld. They didn't have a punishment brand on them. In the underworld, they were second-class people. The exiled criminals belonged to the lowest class of citizens. As for the first-class citizens, they were naturally the natives of the netherworld, the netherworld race. For example, the world deities of the underworld belonged to the underworld clan with the noblest bloodline in the underworld. PFFF, Bo, who was secretly drinking tea at the side, spat out a mouthful of tea. Bullshit netherworld clan. Popping Sheep's face was full of dissatisfaction. Under Yunxing's sharp glare, this fellow finally calmed down. Ingyu also told Yunxing that the Nether clan status had always been unshakable. As the second and third class citizens, the descendants of criminals and exiles were always bullied in the underworld. Hundreds of years ago, the convicts who were exiled here had to serve as laborers, and the descendants of the convicts had to pay heavy taxes every year. This situation only improved when the Phantasm Ghost King appeared. The Netherworld Ghost King isn't from the Netherworld clan, but he doesn't look like a human either. Thinking back to the Taiyuan ruins, when the Netherworld Ghost King had an enchanting appearance that was different from a human's, Yunxing raised her doubts. To be exact, no one knows the origins of the Netherworld Ghost King. Some say that he was a human, while others say that he was a fallen god. However, no matter what, his appearance changed the situation of the underworld to a large extent. He led the 4 great counties, including the Jimal County, to break away from the rule of the underworld deity, allowing the descendants of the human race and the convicts to obtain freedom and equality. It's a pity that he has fallen. When speaking of the Netherworld Ghost King, Ingyu's face was full of reverence. In fact, most of the descendants of the human race and the convicts were very grateful to the Netherworld Ghost King. It's a pity that he died. Hearing Ingyu's words, Yunxing's attitude towards the Phantasm Ghost King improved. She was even more curious as to who was able to kill the Phantasm Ghost King. It seemed that she had to quickly study the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream and explore the Ghost King Cave as soon as possible. Seeing that Yunxing had sunk into deep thought, Ingyu's eyes flashed with an unspeakable secret. She had already heard from senior brother Ingchuan that Yunxing's purpose in coming to the underworld was to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Ingyu seemed to want to tell Yunxing something, but hesitated. Ingyu, Miss Yun, you're both here. Sect Master invites you in. Ingchuan walked out and was very surprised to see Yunxing and Ingyu, who had previously disliked each other, chatting happily. When he saw the demonic beast beside Yunxing, Ingchuan's expression suddenly changed and he pulled out his weapon. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. That's Yunxing's demonic beast. Ingyu saw that Ingchuan's expression had changed and couldn't help but laugh. A demonic beast that could slaughter 1,000 people. Ingchuan's face was a mix of red and white. If Yunxing also had such a ferocious beast by her side in the Weiwu Forest, forget 1 spiky tiger, even 10 spiky tigers wouldn't be enough to defeat her. However, with such a powerful ferocious beast, the sect master's plan would probably proceed much more smoothly. Ingchuan led Yunxing, Jin and Ingyu into Sect Master Ying's room. Sect Master Ying's complexion looked good. He believed that the poison in his body had almost fully recovered. He also heard Ingchuan explain Jin Ni's background. Hearing that, Sect Master Ying's face lit up with joy. Miss Yun, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today to ask for your help. Help me eliminate the people from the Thousand Hells sect tonight. Inghai was naturally a courageous and resourceful person since he could become the sect master of Hundred Ren sect. In addition, he had received Yunxing's advice and was already on his guard against the Thousand Hells sect. Earlier, he pretended to ask Ingchuan and Ingyu not to reveal that he had fully recovered from his illness. On the contrary, he purposely created an illusion that his poison had worsened. Inghai secretly ordered people to keep a close eye on the Thousand Hells sect's movements. After some observation, they indeed discovered that the Thousand Hells sect spies had been lurking near 100 Ren's sect for the past few days. I've already asked around. The person who framed me this time is the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hells sect, C.I. Lai. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the sect leader of the Thousand Hells sect is in closed-door cultivation to launch a surprise attack and annex the 100 Ren gate tonight. If Miss Yun hadn't appeared at the market, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them this time. When Ing Hai said this, the veins on his forehead throbbed. He was extremely angry. Ing Yu and Ing Chuan beside him were also filled with righteous indignation. Sect Master Ing, you want me to help you? Sect Master Ing, Yun Sheng is just a passerby. She helped you to treat your illness because she wanted to repay Big Brother Ying's favor. Since the favor has been repaid, 100 Ren sect and I don't owe each other anything. To Yun Sheng, killing someone like C.I. Lai was just a piece of cake. However, the Thousand Hells sect was a large sect in Jimal County after all. Yun Sheng wasn't willing to get herself into big trouble because of this. Right now, she only wanted to get to Ghost Water Stream as soon as possible. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu listened anxiously from the side. However, the two of them didn't want to force Yun Sheng to stay. This old man also understands this point very well. However, if I'm willing to help Miss Yun enter the Ghost King cave smoothly, will Miss Yun agree to help me eliminate the Thousand Hells sect? Ing Hai had already guessed Yun Sheng's answer and suddenly asked. Chapter 11:15. Although Ing Hai had only met Yun Sheng by chance, he had seen countless people and had long seen that Yun Sheng had wisdom and steadiness that did not match her appearance. Yun Sheng was a person who would respect others tenfold if they respected her. However, it was not so easy to get her to work for the Thousand Hells sect. As expected, Yun Sheng rejected him immediately. Sect Master Ing, are you threatening me? I've already found out the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave. I don't need your help. Yun Sheng's voice became colder. She hated being threatened the most. If not for the sake of Ing Chuan and Ing Yu, she would have left immediately. You already know the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave. You've been to the Superpowers Pavilion. A strange expression appeared on Ing Hai's face. Master, I was the one who asked Miss Yun to go to the Superpowers Pavilion. She came to the underworld to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Ing Chuan was a straightforward person. When he saw his master threaten Yun Sheng, he also felt somewhat indignant. Sigh, it's my fault for not telling you clearly earlier. Miss Yun, you must have also fallen for that old fox Shinjizi's trick and bought this map at a high price. Ing Hai shook his head and took out a map. When she saw the map, Yun Sheng's expression was as ugly as it could get. That map was the same one she had obtained from Shinjizi earlier. It was the same map and also the Ghost Water Stream. That old man Shinjizi had clearly promised her that he would not sell this map to others. Moreover, Ing Hai had just woken up. It was impossible for him to obtain the map so quickly. Then, the only explanation was, there's no need to look at it. This map is the one you obtained. I believe that the same map is in the hands of the 100 Hells sect, the 1000 Hells sect, the Jimal Commandery, and the other major forces in the 8 commanderies of the underworld. Ing Hai could not help but sigh. He had also heard from Ing Chuan that Yun Sheng had come to the underworld to find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost King. He had just told Yun Sheng that he had purchased this map from that old fox, Shinjizi, about 10 years ago with a large sum of money. As for the other major forces, they had also obtained the same map from Shinjizi in the 20 years after the Phantasm Ghost King's death. This matter had long been an open secret among the major sections. However, because the old man Shinjizi had more or less grasped some secrets of the major sects, no one dared to find trouble with Shinjizi. However, this map was also kept in the hands of the various major powers. Everyone's thoughts were the same as Yunsheng's. They wanted to enter the Ghost King cave and obtain the Ghost King's relics or inheritance. So you're saying that we've all been tricked by Shinji? Yunsheng suppressed her anger. That damned Shinji actually dared to blackmail her. That might not be the case. This map shouldn't be fake. After this old man obtained this map, I secretly made a trip to the Ghost Water Stream. This old man is certain that there is a demigod rank magical beast in the Ghost Water Stream. For a demigod rank magical beast to be in charge of guarding the Ghost King cave, Inghai said. Inghai also told Yunsheng that although the major powers of the Underworld 8 counties all had this map in their hands, not a single one of them had successfully entered the Ghost Water Stream in the past 20 years, let alone obtain the Ghost King's inheritance. This was because the demigod rank magical beast was extremely powerful. None of the major powers had been able to kill it. Even a martial god rank warrior or a magic god rank magician might not be able to defeat that magical beast. It was also because of the existence of that magical beast that the Ghost Water Stream had not been breached. If that's the case, why did Sect Mastering say that you can help me enter the Ghost King cave? Yunsheng heard something unusual from Inghai's tone. If Inghai really had the confidence to help her enter the Ghost King cave, she could even help him destroy the entire Thousand Hells sect, let alone a mere Ci Lai. Miss Yun, don't worry. As long as you help the 100 Rin Gate overcome tonight's crisis, I can guarantee that you will definitely be able to enter the Ghost Water Stream. As for whether you can find what you want, it will all depend on your luck. Inghai knew that he had persuaded Yunsheng. Yunsheng pondered for a moment and finally chose to cooperate with Inghai. After Yunsheng discussed with Inghai and the others, they quietly waited for midnight to arrive. The people from the Thousand Hells sect had walked right into the trap. It was night, but the inside and outside of the Bailuan Gate were no different from any other day. Around the time of the Z there were many shadows coming out from the alleys around the Bailuan Gate like shuttles of arrows. Ci Lai was dressed in black. Beside him, the vice-sect master of the Thousand Hells sect, Ci Lai, stared at the silent 100 Rin Gate with bright eyes. Uncle, look at the 100 Rin Gate. Is that old fellow Inghai really dead? Ci Lai and his nephew had been paying close attention to the 100 Rin Gate for the past few days. According to a reliable source, Ying Yu and Ying Chuan had already returned from the Wei Fog Forest. The two of them had already brought back the soul crystal of the fiery red tree spirit. That old fellow Inghai must have fallen into their trap. Even if Inghai did not fall into our trap, he has been poisoned for half a year. He is already at the end of his rope. If you and I attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Ci Lai laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 disciples from the Thousand Hells sect quietly approached the 100 Rin Gate. Ci Lai and his nephew found Inghai's room without any trouble. There was only a dim illumination magic formation in the room. Inghai was lying on the side of the bed. They could only vaguely see his curled-up silhouette. That old man is on the verge of death. Let me be the good guy and send you on your way. Tully raised his palm and gathered his do chi. A whistling sound could be heard as his do chi tore through the air and flew towards the bed. Ci Lai was already a martial god. His opponent was not prepared for this attack. Even if Inghai was not injured, he might not be able to dodge this sneak attack. Just as Ci Lai's palm landed on the back of Inghai, who was lying on the bed. Suddenly, the figure on the sickbed that was as still as a volcano suddenly moved. A terrifying beast roar pierced Ci Lai's eardrums. The golden beast's eyes seemed to light up the entire room. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning. Ci Lai only felt that his head was still on his shoulder a moment ago. In the next second, his head fell to the ground. It was so fast that he did not even feel any pain. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, Ci Lai saw his headless body being pounced on by a demon beast that was glowing with a blinding golden light. The demon beast's body seemed to be made of gold. Under the dim illumination of the magic formation, it shone brightly. On its back, the word Qian was branded. What a beast! This was the only thought that flashed through Ci Lai's mind. Then, everything fell into darkness. He was dead. On the last day of February, thank you for voting, recommending, and gifting. If you don't vote now, school will start soon. There will be more updates in March. Chapter 11:16. Midnight was the quietest and darkest time of the day. Ying Hai, Ying Yu, and Ying Chuan, who had been waiting in the dark for a long time, attacked the Thousand Hells sect not long after they infiltrated the 100 Ren Gate. Yu sniped them from the dark. Ying Chuan cut off their escape route. Ying Hai, who had just recovered from his illness, had a glint in his eyes. A wolf shadow spear appeared in his hand and charged into the crowd. With a roar, the battle chi in his body burst out, and in an instant, countless spear shadows were thrust out. Blood splattered everywhere the spear shadows passed. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan were also doing well. Ying Chuan held 2 sabers in his hands and a sharp fighting aura appeared on his sabers. Wherever his sabers passed, it was as if he was cutting vegetables. Ying Yu remained calm and kept shooting arrows with her magic bow. After becoming friends with Yunsheng, she had received some guidance from Yunsheng. Now, she had improved a lot in her magic bow and arrow skills. The 100 or so Thousand Hell sect elites that Ci Lai had brought with him were swept away by the 100 Cloud Gate in less than 10 minutes, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is great. Father, how long has it been since we last felt this good? Ying Yu gritted her teeth and her face was flushed. Ever since her father was poisoned and the Thousand Hell sect rose, the 100 Ren Gate had been suppressed badly. Today, she had killed to her heart's content. Master, why is there no movement in the room? Can Miss Yun really handle it alone? Ying Chuan looked worried. Earlier, Yunsheng had agreed to form an alliance with Ying Hai to eliminate the Thousand Hell sect's attack. Yunsheng had even suggested that she should deal with Ci Lai and his nephew alone. Although they had a rough idea of Yunsheng's strength, they couldn't help but have some doubts. Ci Lai was a martial god. If he fought head-on, he should be in a fierce battle right now. The 3 of them walked out of the room. The surroundings were silent. Could it be? Something must have happened. The door creaked open. Yunsheng walked out with a calm expression. In her right hand, she was carrying a frightened person. It was the spiky tiger. Looking at the ground, it was covered in blood. Ci Lai was already lying on the ground with his head separated from his body. Cub was already paralyzed with fear. Dead? Ying Hai's eyes narrowed. I'll leave this guy to you guys. Yunsheng tossed the spiky tiger to Ying Hai. As for the interspatial pouches on Savage Cub and Ci Lai, she had already looted them without hesitation. This was also the reason why she volunteered to kill Ci Lai and Ci Hu. As the vice sect master of the Thousand Hell sect, Ci Lai possessed a considerable amount of wealth. Yunsheng now had 300 king-class soul stones, as well as some land deeds and shops in Jima County. Ying Hai searched Ci Lai's corpse and found that Ci Lai's storage bag was gone. He knew that Yunsheng had taken it, but he didn't say anything. As for Cub, Ying Hai didn't kill him immediately. After interrogating him, he locked him up. Sect Master Ying, I've already helped you defeat the Thousand Hell sect's ambush. According to our agreement, you should tell me how to enter Ghost Water Stream and avoid the demigod-level demonic beast. With Yunsheng's current strength, if she worked with Dollar and the other demonic beasts in the beast speech ring, they might be able to defeat the demigod-level demonic beast. Especially since she had 3 divine beast totems with her. At the last moment, the divine beast totems might be able to fight, but Yunxing could only summon them once. She didn't want to use them unless she had no other choice. Miss Yun, you don't have to worry about that. This old man is a man of his word. To tell you the truth, this old man has been monitoring the whereabouts of that demigod-rank demonic beast for so many years. Finally, this old man discovered a secret. This demigod-level demonic beast has been stuck at the demigod level for 20 years. It's finally going to break through. In about 5 days, it will attempt to break through to the god level. Inghai told Yunxing about his discovery. Break through to the god level. Yunxing understood what Inghai meant. Whether it was demonic beasts or humans, the moment they broke through to the god level was when they were at their weakest. Inghai wanted Yunxing to sneak into the Ghost King cave during the limited time the demigod-level demonic beast was breaking through to the god level. This method is feasible. Yunxing thought about it. Although it was a little risky, it was the safest method if the timing was right. However, there's one more thing. Since I was able to discover the demigod-level demonic beast breaking through to the god level, the other forces of the underworld must have also discovered it. Moreover, I will also sending you and Ingchuan to the Beast King's cave this time. Inghai had only agreed to help Yunxing enter the Beast King's cave, but he did not give up the opportunity to enter the Beast King's cave. The temptation of the Ghost King cave was too great. The Beast King cave was built by the first Ghost King of the underworld. It was rumored that the Ghost King had chosen the Ghost Water Ravine because the Ghost Water Ravine had a special terrain that allowed it to contain a large amount of dark energy. For mages and warriors living in the underworld, this dark energy could speed up their cultivation. Inghai didn't mind, but Ingchuan and Ingyu were still young. If they could seize this opportunity to enter the Ghost King cave, even if they didn't obtain the Ghost King's inheritance and magic weapons, the dark energy in the Ghost King cave would be enough to benefit them greatly in the future. Inghai's plan was also the plan of the other forces of the underworld. The various forces of the underworld had spent a lot of money to buy Shinjizi's map. Naturally, they wouldn't give up any chance to enter the Beast King cave. They must have already discovered this pattern. These people had waited bitterly for 20 years and finally got this chance. They would definitely fight to enter the Beast King cave. Therefore, Yunxing's trip to the Beast King cave this time was still very dangerous. What the master brings in depends on the individual. How much we can gain in the Ghost King cave will depend on our own abilities. Yunxing admired Inghai's frankness. Therefore, she agreed to go to the Ghost Water Ravine with Ingyu and Ingchuan. Vice sect leader Ci Lai had been killed, and more than 100 disciples had been surrounded. This time, the Thousand Hells sect had suffered a great loss. The next day, the Thousand Hells sect leader, Wan Tianqiu, received the news. Inghai, you old bastard. Wan Tianqiu knew that Inghai had recovered from his poison and had even plotted against the Thousand Hells sect. Anger was stuck in his heart, and he couldn't do anything about it. Sect leader, are we going to bring our brothers to fight to the death with the 100 Ren sect? The people from the Thousand Hells sect were indignant. A fight to the death is inevitable, but not now. Wait until I return from the Ghost King cave. I will definitely massacre the 100 Ren sect. Just as Inghai had said, Wan Tianqiu also sent people to closely monitor the demigod-level demonic beast's movements at the Ghost Water Ravine. He had also received a secret report that the demigod-level demonic beast would soon break through to the god level. Chapter 11:17. In the underworld palace, a man stood tall and straight. He wore a purple-gold divine robe, and his long black hair fell to his waist. Lord World Deity, in the past few days, the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld have been secretly rushing towards the Shiwei Gate, a skeleton soldier reported. You may leave. Under the man's handsome eyebrows, a sharp light flashed through his slender eyes. After the skeleton soldier retreated, he flipped his palm, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. On the crystal ball, a beautiful female magician was mixed in with the crowd. On her back, there was a lazy pink magical beast with a sleepy face. The Ghost King Cave. After waiting for so many years, he finally came. The world deity of the underworld disappeared, leaving behind an empty underworld palace. In another part of the underworld, near the Shiwei Gate, Yunsheng and the people of the 100 Thunder sect were hurrying day and night. Achoo! Vomiting, that uncomfortable feeling came again. Dear Master, I have a very bad premonition about this place. The sheep's wool stood on end, and the strange feeling of being watched came again. The sheep's black beady eyes kept turning. What was wrong? Why did it feel that the closer they got to the Shiwei Gate, the more uneasy it felt? The sheep thought about it carefully. Yes, it must be because they were getting closer and closer to the underworld palace. This feeling was as if that guy who was spitting would appear by their side at any time. Yunsheng, Yingyu, Yingchuan, and the others led a dozen disciples of the 100 Thunder sect to the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream is close to the Shiwei Gate. The evil aura in this area is much stronger than in other places. You're probably not used to it, Yingyu said. Ever since Yunsheng and Yingyu had buried the hatchet, she liked the sheep more. After all, the sheep had a cute face that could make a woman's heart flutter. However, the sheep was very proud. Other than Yunsheng and Jin and I, no one else could touch it. After witnessing the sheep's strange strength that night, Yingyu didn't dare to provoke it. Speaking of which, are there really ghosts around the Shiwei Gate? What's the difference between these ghosts and humans? Yunsheng was most curious about the ghosts at the Shiwei Gate. Before coming to the underworld, Yunsheng had always thought that she would see ghosts everywhere in the underworld. Before Yunsheng transmigrated to the boundless world, she was a typical atheist. But after coming to the boundless world, her worldview was overturned. On the continent, there were indeed many inconceivable things. However, ever since she came to the underworld, she hadn't seen a single ghost. After asking around, she found out that the ghosts from the human world who couldn't reincarnate were brought to the underworld. In order not to disturb the order of the underworld, they were brought to the Shiwei Gate and imprisoned forever. Unlike the East Way Gate, the West Way Gate wasn't actually a gate but a magical stone tablet. It was an enormous devil-suppressing stone tablet. It was said that it was 3,000 meters tall and 500 meters wide. There were countless names of ghosts engraved on it. No one knew who built the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but the existence of the underworld depended on it. The devil-suppressing stone tablet was already there. Since the devil-suppressing stone tablet existed in the underworld, countless ghosts from the human world were brought to the underworld and sealed in the stone tablet hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the end, they were sealed in the devil-suppressing stone tablet. Most of these ghosts were resentful spirits from the human world. If they stayed in the underworld for too long, they would definitely become resentful spirits and cause a storm of blood in the underworld. However, if used properly, they could be used to support the dark energy of the underworld and provide an endless supply of energy for the entire underworld. Therefore, this devil-suppressing stone tablet was the most important place that supported the entire underworld. Therefore, the Shiwei Gate was the most heavily guarded place in the entire underworld. The underworld palace was guarded by a large number of underworld soldiers. The Ghost King Cave was located at the Ghost Water Stream, which was only 50 miles away from the Shiwei Gate. The outside world also suspected that the reason why the Netherworld Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave at the Ghost Water Stream was not only to absorb the dark energy of the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but also to demonstrate his might to the underworld deities. The ghosts of the Shiwei Gate cannot be reincarnated. They will forever remain in the Shiwei Gate's magic array until their souls dissipate. Speaking of which, they are quite pitiful. Inyu had once been near the Shiwei Gate. She only saw an enormous stone tablet that reached the clouds. Near the stone tablet were 4 underworld deities' underworld winged demonic beasts. Inside the stone tablet, ghostly wails and howls could be heard day and night, imprisoning countless ghosts. It's a pity that we have to hurry to the Ghost Water Stream. Otherwise, I would be interested to take a look at the Shiwei Gate. Yunsheng was very curious about the devil-suppressing stone tablet. On their way to the Ghost Water Stream, they met many people from other powers. It seemed that the news of the demigod-ranked demonic beasts breaking through had already spread to everyone's ears. The people from the 100 Gate and Yunsheng traveled day and night. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the Ghost Water Stream. However, in order not to alarm the demigod-ranked demonic beasts, the various powers had set up camp 10 miles away from the Ghost Water Stream. Yunsheng, look, even the people from the Thousand Hells sect are here. Moreover, they are led by that old man, Wan Tianqiu. Inyu noticed that there were dozens of disciples from the Thousand Hells sect near the Ghost Water Stream. From Xiaihu, Inyu and the others already knew that the sect master of the Thousand Hells sect, Wan Tianqiu, was in seclusion. They didn't expect him to come out of seclusion so early for this trip to the Ghost King Cave. Yunsheng secretly sized up Wan Tianqiu. Compared to Xiaihu, Wan Tianqiu's figure was more burly. His cultivation should be around the middle stage of the martial god realm. Wan Tianqiu also noticed Inyu and the others. Sect Master, it's those bastards from the 100 Gate. The blood feud between the Thousand Hells sect and the 100 Gate had long been formed. When the people from both sides saw each other, their eyes turned red with anger. They couldn't wait to tear each other into pieces. Wan Tianqiu's eyes were also red with anger. However, compared to the disciples from the Thousand Hells sect, Wan Tianqiu was more cautious. At a glance, he noticed that although there weren't many people from the 100 Gate, there was an unfamiliar face among them. That was Yunsheng. What made Wan Tianqiu even more surprised was that there was a golden demonic beast beside Yunsheng. It was branded with heavy punishment. What an evil beast! Even Wan Tianqiu, who had done many evil deeds in the underworld, couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw the evil dollar. Wan Tianqiu had previously wondered how Xiaihu, and the elites from the Thousand Hells sect could be killed by that old fox, Ing Hai, in one night. Now that he saw dollar, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. It was obvious that the female sorcerer and the ferocious beast were behind this. If he wanted to attack the people from the 100 Gate, he would have to kill that woman and the beast first. Chapter 11:18. Although the 100 Cloud Gate and the 10,000 Yama sect's forces were filled with undercurrents, no one was willing to lose their strength at a time like this when the demigod-rank magical beast was about to break through and various forces were vying for the Ghost King Cave. Whether it was Yingchuan, Inyu, or that old man Wan Tianqiu, they only had one thought in their minds. The real battle would only begin after they entered the Ghost King Cave. Yunsheng also thought that compared to Wan Tianqiu, the exploration of the Ghost King Cave this time was more about the other factions. Yunsheng secretly paid attention to the other factions that came from the 8 counties of the underworld. They were stronger than the 100 sect and the 1000 Inferno sect. Some of them had even reached the peak of the martial god realm. In comparison, the few major forces of Jima Prefecture seemed insignificant. After getting a general idea of the strength of each faction, Yunsheng and Ningyu began to survey the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream was originally a stream. The water that flowed here was black in color. The flow of the water was not strong, but it flowed all year round. The stream was about 5 miles long, winding and deep. Aside from the demigod-level demonic beast that was about to break through, there were also a large number of dense demonic plants growing near the Ghost Water Stream. Among them, the most annoying one was a demonic plant called the Throat Arrow Tree. This demonic plant would shoot out a large number of sharp thorns at the slightest movement. A person would be turned into a pool of blood if they were touched by the thorns. Moreover, they had to be wary of the valley jellyfish that might suddenly appear in the stream. This type of jellyfish could shoot out a very powerful large-scale ice magic that could freeze a person in an instant. That's the general situation. Looking at the signs, the demigod-level demonic beast hasn't broken through yet. Yu and Ingchuan chose an open area with a good view 5 miles away from the Ghost Water Stream to set up camp. Night fell. In order not to alarm the demigod-level demonic beast, none of the factions dared to use magic formations or bonfires. They only ate some cold dry rations. Around midnight, a commotion came from the direction of the Ghost Water Stream. An angry cloud suddenly appeared in the originally pitch-black sky. The roiling clouds were like a ball of raging flames, and also like a stormy sea. If one listened carefully, one would be able to faintly hear the rumbling of thunder within the roiling clouds. From this, one could tell how frightening the might contained within the roiling clouds was. It's the heavenly lightning of darkness that only appears when the divine beast of darkness breaks through. Both inside and outside the tent, there was an uproar. Yunsheng and Ningyu also came out of the tent. Yunsheng had encountered several lightning tribulations. The first time was when the 9-leaf purple ginseng had evolved into a divine spiritual herb. The second time was when second uncle Yun Sanglang had broken through to the martial saint rank. The last time was when grandfather Yun Ba had broken through to the martial saint rank. In comparison, each of the recent advancements was grander and grander. All living things in the world had their own opportunities. Compared to plants, humans, and magical beasts, plants were the weakest, so the scale of their lightning tribulations was also the smallest. The physical strength of humans was between plants and magical beasts, so the power of their lightning tribulations was also in the middle. Magical beasts were a very special existence in the world. They had the strongest physical strength, but correspondingly, the difficulty of their cultivation was also the highest. This was especially so in a place like the underworld. Magical beasts that had broken through to the divine beast of darkness had committed many evil deeds throughout their lives. Therefore, the lightning tribulations they encountered during their breakthroughs were bound to be the most powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness was not to be underestimated. If it succeeded, that demigod magical beast would break through the bottleneck of the divine realm. However, if it failed, that demigod magical beast would be consigned to eternal damnation, and its soul could only be used to add a portion of dark energy to the demon-subduing stone tablet. The appearance of the angry cloud meant that the demigod magical beast was about to break through to the divine realm. This was also the best time to sneak into the Ghost King cave. Look! It's that demigod magical beast. Someone cried out in surprise. From the depths of the Ghost Creek in the valley, a beast roar that made one's bones hurt could be heard. The silhouette of a magical beast that was the size of a hill rushed out from the rocky waters of the Ghost Creek. Only then did Yunxing see the true appearance of that magical beast. It was an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros. This kind of battle rhinoceros was a special kind of dark magical beast of the underworld. It was born to cultivate both magic and martial arts. Not only did it possess a terrifying dark do chi, but it could also use powerful dark magic. With such an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros guarding the Ghost Creek, it was equivalent to having a demigod warrior and a demigod magician at the same time. It was no wonder that the forces of the underworld's 8 counties were unable to break through the Ghost Creek in the past 20 years. Although the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had appeared, no one dared to rashly approach it. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was a demigod magical beast. It had already gained human senses, and it also knew the power of the heavenly lightning of wrath. It roared, and a dark brown magic array appeared under its cumbersome body. Pieces of heavy armor that looked like gold and stone immediately condensed on its skin. Everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for the first heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Rumble. The heavenly lightning of wrath, which was several times thicker than an arm, struck the thick armor of the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros with a violent force. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness fell. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had already used magic to defend itself, the magic armor made a few cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on it. Blood seeped out from the cracks. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even so, it endured and waited for the second heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Now's the time. Sneak into the Ghost Creek. When the major forces saw this, they were all overjoyed. They quickly rushed toward the Ghost Creek. Yunsheng, Yinyu, and Yingchuan looked at each other. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a while and see what happens. Yunsheng shook her head. Although Yinyu was secretly anxious, she remembered that before they left, her father had repeatedly told her that after entering the Ghost Creek, she had to listen to Yunsheng's orders. She could only suppress the excitement in her heart and wait at the side. Wan Tianqiu was one of the first to rush into the Ghost Creek. He had already occupied an excellent position and led several disciples into the depths of the Ghost Creek. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was still waiting for the second heavenly lightning of darkness. Wan Tianqiu saw an opening. He and the disciples of his sect leaped a few times and swept past the rhinoceros's field of vision. In order to avoid the rhinoceros, the people of the Wanyama sect all walked along the banks of the Ghost Creek. When they sensed the movement of the grass in the wind, the howling arrow trees that were half a man's height on both sides of the bank shot out black shadows. The black shadows were stained with the stench of blood and were extremely sharp. Wan Tianqiu had already anticipated the power of the howling arrow trees, so he came prepared. With a roar, the fighting aura in his body suddenly exploded. The might of a martial god was not to be underestimated. An indestructible wall of fighting aura formed around him. The thick fighting aura instantly shattered the sharp, poisonous thorns. Chapter 11:19. Wan Tianqiu's fighting qi was so strong that the arrows, which were extremely poisonous in the eyes of others, were nothing to him. After his successful attack, his subordinates took out their celestial weapons one after another. There was a flash of fire. The throat arrow trees were most afraid of fire. Once they encountered the fire, the throat arrow trees shrank into a ball. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu had succeeded, the other forces followed suit. Soon, 2 fire snakes appeared on both sides of the ghost water stream in the deep valley. Countless throat arrow wood, under the effect of the fire snakes, were set ablaze and burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed half of the ghost water stream. In front of them was a vast stream with unknown depth. Martial gods like Wan Tianqiu didn't care about the ice arrow jellyfish. The fighting qi in his body formed a fighting qi armor on the surface of his body. Wan Tianqiu took the lead and flew up like an eagle. Following him were the leaders of the major forces. In an instant, 8 or 9 martial gods flashed across the surface of the ghost water ravine. Under the stream, there was a commotion. Countless valley jellyfish emerged from the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of icy blue water arrows shot out from under the water. The water arrows turned into ice arrows as soon as they entered the air. Those disciples with weaker cultivations were caught off guard and were hit by several ice arrows. They immediately turned into ice men and fell into the stream, smashing their bodies and bones into pieces. The martial gods, on the other hand, were at ease. As they flew, the do chi in their bodies protected them so that not even a drop of water could leak out. While using their battle energy to protect their bodies, they also aimed their fists at the location where the water arrows were shot out from. Their battle energy drilled into the water and blasted those ice arrow jellyfish into smithereens. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu and the others were about to cross the stream and enter the deepest part of the ghost water stream, Yingyu and the others, who had been waiting by the side, became anxious. Yunxing. Why don't we take action? If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will break into the Ghost King cave. Yunxing looked calm, but Yingyu was already very nervous. There's no hurry. The best part is yet to come. My big gift hasn't appeared yet. Yunxing chuckled. When Yingyu and the others heard this, they all frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Yunxing's words. Only Kissing Sheep and Dollar knew what their master, Wildcat, meant. Bo, I mourn for all of you. That devil-subduing stone tablet of the underworld really benefited you for nothing. There will be a few more vengeful spirits. Bo Sheep laughed evilly. Not long after Yunxing finished speaking, there was another wave of fluctuation in the ghost water stream. Everyone was shocked. They had already killed a large number of ice arrow jellyfish, why was there another wave? Suddenly, the expressions of Wan Tianqiu and the others changed drastically, because they had acutely sensed that the ripples coming from the bottom of the stream were not ordinary ripples. Suddenly, all the water from the ghost water stream was sucked into the air, forming 4 magical waterfalls in the front, back, left, and right. The water vapor from the waterfalls was dense, blocking the heroes inside the waterfalls. The power of the magical waterfalls was not to be underestimated. With such an obstruction, even Wan Tianqiu and the others were unable to break through the magical waterfalls. The scale of this magical waterfall was not something that could be created by ordinary ice arrow jellyfish. Everyone was faintly uneasy. Aside from the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros, could it be that there were other powerful magical beasts in the ghost water stream? What kind of monster is this? Wan Tianqiu looked at the stream and saw that the water was converging towards the center of the stream. A terrifying unknown dark magical plant drilled out from the bottom of the stream. Its size was about the same as the arrowtail battle rhinoceros, but its body was covered with countless tentacles. Each tentacle was tens of meters long. That magical plant was none other than King Anemone abyssalis, which Yunsheng had obtained from the bottom of the Penglai Sea. When Yunsheng had made a contract with King Anemone abyssalis, she had promised that as long as she was alive, she would definitely bring King Anemone abyssalis with her when she went to the underworld. When Yunsheng had made the promise, she did not know that she would really come to the underworld one day. She did not expect that she would really come to the underworld. The underworld was not very useful to the other magical beasts on Yunsheng's body. However, it was the best environment for King Anemone abyssalis to live in. Especially this ghost water stream, which was a place of extreme yin that was selected by the Ghost King. It also had a water source. For King Anemone abyssalis, it was the best place to fight. When Yunsheng had arrived at the ghost water stream, she had already made up her mind. There were many powerful forces in the 8 counties of the underworld, and there was no lack of martial gods among them. If these people all entered the Ghost King cave, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for her to find the Heart Distress Lantern. However, if she wanted to use the magical plants and jellyfish in the ghost water stream to obstruct these experts, it was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, when she was surveying the terrain, she had quietly placed King Anemone abyssalis in the beast language ring into the water. King Anemone abyssalis was a tyrant in the vast Penglai Sea. Needless to say, it was only a small stream. While waiting for the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros to break through to the god level, King Anemone Abyssales had already taken control of all the ice arrow jellyfish in the ghost water stream. When the raging thunder cloud arrived and the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros started to break through to the god level, the heroes could not help but rush into the ghost water stream. Yunxing first secretly manipulated King Anemone Abyssales to order the ice arrow jellyfish to create the illusion that they could not withstand a single blow. Only when the leaders of the powerful forces had entered the depths of the stream did she let King Anemone Abyssales launch a surprise attack. Indeed, without knowing that there was a peak king-level magical plant hiding in the ghost water stream, Wan Tianqiu and the rest were caught off guard. The situation that was originally firmly under the control of the powerful forces became abnormally dangerous in the blink of an eye. King Anemone Abyssales' magical waterfall blocked the hero's path. Wan Tianqiu activated the fighting energy in his body and attacked King Anemone Abyssales. "Beast, why aren't you retreating?" Wan Tianqiu was like a cannonball as he approached King Anemone Abyssales. A streak of fighting energy struck one of King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles. King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles were cut off and flew out. Seeing this, Wan Tianqiu was overjoyed. But at the same time, a new tentacle suddenly grew out from King Anemone Tentacle's wound. The more it was cut off, the more tentacles grew out. This scene caused the faces of the powerhouses who were fighting endlessly to change. But this was only the beginning. What happened next caused the faces of the heroes to turn pale. King Anemone Tentacle let out an ear-piercing screech. There was another magical fluctuation beside it, and a large number of small Anemone Abyssales appeared. Welcome to the monthly votes party. Chapter 1120. For the past 20 years, the people of the major factions had been coveting the Ghost King Cave. Their surveillance of the Ghost Water Stream was much more than that of the sect master of the Hundred Thunder sect. Even the number of arrow trees and frost arrow jellyfish, as well as their approximate locations, had been thoroughly investigated. But they never knew that there was such a terrifying magical plant in the Ghost Water Stream. The magical plant's body was surging with dark magic. Its strength had reached the peak of King Realm, only a step away from Demigod Realm. It might not be as strong as the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, but its vitality was more tenacious. They saw King Anemone Abyssales and a large number of little tentacle sunflowers floating around it. Although it was only a peak King Realm magical plant, due to the environment, Anemone Abyssales was like a fish in water in the Ghost Water Stream. With the support of the Ghost Water Stream, its magical waterfall had an astonishing regenerative ability. Even those martial god realm experts couldn't use their fists and legs because their hands and feet were bound by the magical waterfall. Seeing that Anemone Abyssales could summon a large number of little tentacle sunflowers that were comparable to 9th-rank magical plants, the people of the major factions in the magical waterfall couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn! What the hell is this? Not only did it have a powerful regenerative ability, it could also summon little tentacle sunflowers that were just as strong. Where did Anemone Abyssales come from? Why had they never heard of such a strange magical plant in the Ghost Water Stream? Compared to the magical plant in front of them, the scarlet flame tree trunks in the misty forest were nothing. Although Yu and Ingchuan were far away, they could see everything clearly. Seeing the strange appearance of King Anemone Abyssales, the two trembled with fear. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't rashly enter the Ghost Water Stream. Otherwise, if the martial god realm experts couldn't kill this magical plant in a short time, wouldn't their lives be in danger? However, Yu and Ingchuan couldn't help but wonder how Yunxing knew that there was such a powerful magical beast in the Ghost Water Stream. Little sunflower is very impressive, huh? It can only show off in a place like Ghost Water Stream. On land, you can't even compare to a single strand of hair from this world god, Bobo Sheep snorted. To be honest, when he saw the abyss tentacle sunflower in the limelight, he really felt a little itchy. He couldn't wait to go up and trample on that group of martial gods. However, the main character would always appear at the end. It was better to let a small character like Little Kue Kue charge first. Hearing what Popping Sheep said, Ing Chuan and Ing Yu were dumbstruck. Could it be that the terrifying aquatic magical plant was also Yun Xing's summoned beast? This was too inconceivable. When had Yun Xing done something in the dark? The two of them looked at Kissing Sheep, then looked at Dollar, and then looked at King Anemone Abyssalis in Ghost Water Stream, who had forced the heroes into a daze. There was only one thought in their minds. Wasn't this too monstrous? A magical beast that could talk wasn't enough. A ferocious beast that could slaughter 1,000 people wasn't enough. She actually had a summoned beast that was comparable to a demigod magical plant. It seemed that their understanding of Yun Xing was only the tip of the iceberg. No wonder Father said that after reaching Ghost Water Stream, they had to listen to all her orders. Perhaps only by following Yun Xing would they be able to enter the Ghost King cave smoothly. The number of summoners in the underworld was much fewer than in the Boundless Land. Ing Yu and Ing Chuan had met a few summoners before, but those people could only control one magical beast. They had never seen anyone who could control multiple magical beasts so easily like Yun Xing. They had never seen anyone like her. While the two of them were lamenting, there was only one thought in their minds. Fortunately, they weren't Yun Xing's enemies. Otherwise, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Yun Xing didn't pay attention to the reactions of Bobo Sheep, Ing Yu, and the others. She was staring at the magical waterfall. Master, I can't hold on for much longer. Please pass through quickly. Anemone Abyssalis's voice sounded in her mind. Don't be in a daze. It's almost time for us to enter the Ghost King cave. Yun Xing didn't let joy get to her head. Although King Anemone Abyssalis was powerful, it was still impossible for her to trap more than 10 martial gods. Moreover, as time passed, the magical waterfall's effect on Yun Tianqiu and the others would be greatly weakened. Yun Xing understood that they had to enter the Ghost King cave before the heroes broke through. As soon as Yun Xing's voice fell, Ing Yu, Ing Chuan, and the other spirits were lifted. They had waited bitterly for this moment for the whole night. Yun Xing and the dozen or so 100 Thunder Sect disciples were like arrows piercing through the air, shuttling back and forth as they swept toward Ghost Water Stream. Thanks to Wan Tianqiu and the others, who had cleared out the devil plants near Ghost Water Stream earlier, Yun Xing and the others entered as if there was no one there. Nearly an hour had passed. Due to the large number of martial artists and magicians killed, the originally azure magic waterfall had gradually turned dark red. It was like 2 bloody waterfalls, firmly trapping the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld. Strange tentacles constantly shot out from all directions of the waterfall. The weaker disciples were killed on the spot. The Thousand Inferno sect situation wasn't much better. Wan Tianqiu had the urge to vomit blood when he saw his disciples being killed one after another. This time, he had entered the Ghost King cave and picked the most promising opponents in the sect. He hadn't expected to encounter these deadly devil plants. In less than an hour, most of his disciples had been killed. The loss this time was probably even more disastrous than Ci Li's failure to annihilate the 100 Thunder sect. Wan Tianqiu was about to go mad with anger. What made Wan Tianqiu even more depressed was that he suddenly heard a few puff, puff, puff sounds beside his ears. Looking over, he saw a dozen figures passing through the magic waterfall in an instant. After seeing their faces clearly, Wan Tianqiu's eyes turned red. They were from the 100 Thunder sect. The unfamiliar female magus in the lead, Ing Yu, and Ing Chuan, and the rest of the group all charged through the magic waterfall without using a single spell or battle skill. Their movement techniques were very fast, like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they swept into the depths of Ghost Water Stream and disappeared without a trace. Seeing them leave smoothly, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. Damn it! This was set up by the Devil Plants and the people from the Hundred Thunders sect. No wonder the people from the Hundred Thunders sect didn't make a move. Hundred Thunders sect, Wan Tianqiu, will definitely kill your entire sect until even chickens and dogs can't rest in peace. Wan Tianqiu gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he immediately thought that there was simply no one in the Hundred Thunder Gate who had the ability to control such a powerful demonic dark plant. In the end, there was only one possibility. That devil plant didn't belong to the Hundred Thunder sect, but it belonged to that female magician. Chapter 11:21. Seeing that the people from the Hundred Rin clan had disappeared without a trace, Wan Tianqiu quickly came up with an idea. Everyone, please listen to me. This demonic plant was secretly ambushed by those scoundrels from the Hundred Rin clan. If we don't cooperate, we'll lose our best chance to enter the Ghost King Cave when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros completes its god-level breakthrough. Wan Tianqiu was also an ambitious person. Under such circumstances, he did not let anger get to his head. Instead, he immediately came up with a plan. Wan Tianqiu's previous attacks did not have much effect on the magic waterfall. However, he noticed that after several attacks, the magic waterfall still showed signs of weakening. Especially just now, after Yunsheng and the people from the Hundred Rin clan passed through the waterfall, the power of darkness in some parts of the waterfall had weakened a little. As long as they gathered the power of all the major forces and launched a concentrated attack on the few weak spots, they would definitely be able to defeat the magic waterfall. Wan Tianqiu's words implied that he wanted to turn hostility into friendship and join forces with the experts from the 8 counties of the underworld to break through the magic waterfall. The experts from the 8 counties of the underworld were all clear-headed. They also knew that if they were still in a state of disunity, the Ghost King's inheritance and various treasures in the Ghost King Cave would most likely be divided up. The real treasures and wealth of the Ghost King were still in the Ghost King Cave. It would not be too late to settle any grudges after entering the Ghost King Cave. Immediately, Wan Tianqiu and the other 7 selected martial gods joined forces and activated the battle energy in their bodies at the same time. They formed groups of 2 and launched a unified attack on the weak spots of the magic waterfall. 8 experts in the martial god realm. With such a lineup, no matter if they were in the underworld or the boundless land, the ordinary word terrifying was not enough to describe it. In fact, when the 8 martial gods released their battle energy at the same time, the momentum was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. The battle energy in their bodies all exploded and was replaced by 8 powerful battle energies. The sound of water on the magic waterfall stopped flowing at that moment. A powerful energy fluctuation. Wan Tianqiu and the others roared at the same time, break. Several battle energies rushed out from the magic waterfall. The combat aura was like a torrent formed after a torrential downpour. It was like 8 ferocious tigers coming down the mountain, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they attacked the magic waterfall. Countless small abyssal sea anemones were torn into pieces by the fighting aura torrent. The magic waterfall exploded, and the entire ghost water stream was filled with a loud noise. The moment the magic waterfall exploded, Yunsheng and the others who were already in the depths of the ghost water stream also heard the loud noise. Everyone also understood that the magic waterfall that had obstructed the various major forces had been broken. Yunsheng just frowned slightly, but there was not much difference on her face. When Yunsheng gave the order to Anemone Abyssalis, she had already made it clear that they only needed to keep the enemy occupied and kill as many of their subordinates as possible. If he was no match for the enemy, he would quickly escape. As expected, Anemone Abyssalis followed Yunsheng's order. As soon as the magic waterfall was broken, he disappeared without a trace with the tentacle sea anemones. This was also something she had expected. Yunsheng, Ingyue, and the others had already entered the depths of the ghost water stream a step ahead of the other experts. More than a dozen figures flashed and disappeared in a flash. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the people behind to catch up. A quarter of an hour might seem short, but it was more than enough for Yunsheng. Anyway, she only wanted to enter the Ghost King cave to find the Heart Distress Lantern. With the 8 Barons' divine artifact in hand, it should not be difficult to find the Heart Distress Lantern. Look, it's the ghost water stream. Ingchuan exclaimed in surprise. At the end of the ghost water stream was a messy riverbank. At the bottom of the riverbank, there was a cave. This cave looked very scary. A large number of ghost fires floated around it. The outside of the cave was shaped like a ferocious yiksha head. The entrance to the cave was at the yiksha head's mouth. A strong evil aura was emitted from the cave. Inside the cave, a black, cold, evil wind blew out from time to time. The evil wind was bone-chilling. Everyone could only circulate their fighting aura and magic power to barely stabilize themselves in the evil wind. After entering the cave, we must be extremely careful. This Ghost King cave is very likely to have a large number of traps and even ambushes. Although Yunsheng, Ingyu, and the others had arrived at the entrance of the Ghost King cave, everyone's expressions were very nervous. The Netherworld Ghost King was a great ghost genius of the Netherworld. He had a strange temperament and was temperamental. The way he did things was also both good and evil. Since he chose the Ghost King cave as his tomb, he must have guessed that there would be outsiders who coveted the wealth in the Ghost King cave. If they wanted to obtain his inheritance and wealth, they would have to go through a lot of hardships. Just as Yunsheng, Ingyu, and the others were preparing to enter the Ghost King cave to investigate, Yunsheng's eyelids twitched. Dollar's golden eyes immediately lit up. His strong limbs exerted force and he protected Yunsheng under his body. Then he raised his head and let out an angry roar towards the sky. Behind him, a sharp wind assaulted them. Everyone, get down. Yunsheng immediately warned. Ingyu and the others quickly came back to their senses and quickly crouched down. The rhinoceros horn was like an iron nail as it shot towards everyone. The rhinoceros horn was as hard as purple gold and could directly penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. 300 or 400 Thunder Sect disciples who didn't have time to dodge had bloody holes appear on their bodies. They bled profusely and died on the spot. Yunsheng's first reaction was to check on Dollar's condition. Because Dollar had tried to protect her, there were a few wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were only light injuries. Ingyu and Ingchuan were filled with grief and indignation. When they looked back, they saw the demigod-level arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros glaring at them fiercely. Why was it here? It turned out that the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had to go through at least 3 dark heavenly thunders in order to break through to the god level. However, when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was going through the tribulation, those flea-like humans invaded its territory and set the stream on fire. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros also felt that another powerful demonic beast's aura had appeared in the stream. Demonic beasts, especially those that had reached the king level and above, had a stronger sense of territory than humans. In anger, the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros dodged the heavenly thunders and turned around to kill those damned intruders. It was worthy of being a ferocious beast that cultivated both magic and martial arts. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had suffered heavy injuries from the heavenly thunders, its attack power was still very strong. After shooting out a large number of rhinoceros horn spikes, it tore several hundred Thunder Sect disciples into pieces in the blink of an eye. The 100 Thunder Sect's people had been reduced from the original dozen to 5 or 6 in an instant. Moreover, time was passing by slowly. If they didn't leave soon, the other forces from the 8 counties of the underworld would arrive soon. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros roared and an even more terrifying magic fluctuation formed under its feet. It was about to launch a new round of magic attacks. Chapter 11:22. At this time, Dollar landed in front of Yunxing, turned his head, and growled at her. "Dear master, the Qilin boy said you guys go first, he'll bring up the rear. Let him deal with this ugly rhinoceros," Popping Sheep reminded Yunxing. "Let Dollar deal with the arrow-tail rhinoceros." Yunxing looked troubled. She didn't want to be separated from Yi Baiming. There were many traps in the Ghost King cave. If they were separated, there would be many variables. But Yunxing also understood that now wasn't the time for romance. She could feel several powerful fighting auras coming here. If they delayed any longer, Wan Tianqiu and the others would arrive. Once Wan Tianqiu and the others arrived, the situation would become more complicated. Yunxing looked at Dollar again. Dollar's golden eyes flashed, as if to say, "Trust him." A silent tacit understanding passed between the two. Yunxing nodded heavily. Without hesitation, he signaled Yu and Ingchuan behind him with his eyes. Then, he led the last few disciples of the 100 Thunder Sect and rushed into the Ghost King cave like an arrow leaving the bow. For dozens of years, the Ghost King cave had been guarded by it. Those ant-like humans dared to break into the Ghost King's holy land and disturb the Ghost King's peace. Seeing them enter the Ghost King cave, the arrow-tail rhinoceros rushed forward, wanting to stop them. Several biting cold claw winds flew out. The claw winds were extremely ferocious. Even the arrow-tail battle rhinoceros, which had thick skin and rough flesh, felt a burst of burning pain wherever the claw winds passed. In the ghost water stream, the demigod arrow-tail rhinoceros was the absolute ruler. Who would have thought that its ruling position would be challenged again and again? The arrow-tail rhinoceros's ugly face was full of anger. The arrow-tail rhinoceros roared at Dollar, but Dollar didn't move. Dollar's contempt made the arrow-tail rhinoceros even angrier. In terms of size, the arrow-tail rhinoceros was like a moving hill. In its eyes, Dollar was just a little bigger than an ordinary dark fire leopard. Looking at its body again, there were no excessively powerful dark energy fluctuations. Behind the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, its half-a-meter-long tail stood up. It was as if several archers had raised their bows at the same time, and the rhinoceros horn shot out. Whoosh whoosh in the darkness of the night, the rhino's spikes were like countless daggers. They carried a murderous aura as they surrounded Dollar. Dollar's gold eyes flashed with mockery. Regardless of whether he was a human or a member of the Qilin clan, Yi Baiming had an arrogant and unruly blood flowing in his veins. What a joke! How could he hurt him with such a weak martial arts skill? If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect the little wild cat just now, this beast wouldn't even be able to touch its fur. Like an agile cat, Dollar's body moved quickly, dodging the rhino's spike again and again. Although Dollar was dodging, his eyes never left the arrow-tail rhinoceros. What Dollar was most worried about was that the rhinoceros had already completed its thunder trial. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with. But after taking a closer look, Dollar found that although the rhinoceros aura was stronger than before, it still hadn't reached the god level. Dollar's heart calmed down a little. As long as it hadn't reached the god level, Dollar was confident that he could kill it. Seeing that Yunxing and the others had already gone deep into the Ghost King cave and had disappeared, Dollar's golden eyes sharpened. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. The rhinoceros had been fighting for so long, but its strength hadn't weakened at all. It was worthy of being a demigod existence. If he fought it head-on, he would have to expend some effort. It couldn't be bothered to fight with this stupid fellow. Maybe he could use the power of the thunder to completely annihilate this big guy. Dollar already had an idea. He first roared at the rhinoceros and jumped into the sky. The arrowtail rhinoceros wasn't going to sit still and watch Dollar escape. It roared and followed Dollar. Not long after Dollar and the arrowtail rhinoceros left, a cold gaze shot down from the sky above Ghostwater Creek. The old man with white hair and beard, Shinjizi, stood in the dark and watched the two beasts disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If Yunsheng or the other factions of the 8 counties of the underworld saw this person, they would have attacked him. This was because he was Shinjizi of the Magic Pavilion, the man who had caused this situation. Looking at the Ghost King cave, Shinjizi stroked his white beard. His eyes shone with suspicion. I didn't expect that little girl to be so capable. She is the first one to enter the Ghost King cave. What a shame that she is going to die at such a young age. After saying this, Shinjizi's body flashed. He also flew into the Ghost King cave. On the other side, Dollar was leading the arrowtail rhinoceros into the sky. Just as the arrowtail battle rhino pounced, the angry cloud in the sky suddenly swallowed and spat out a bolt of dark heavenly lightning. It turned out that Dollar had pretended to run away. He was actually leading the arrowtail rhinoceros to deal with the second dark sky thunder. The dark sky thunder had been accumulating power for a long time. When the second dark sky thunder came down, its power was shocking. The dark sky thunder hit the arrowtail rhinoceros. The arrowtail rhinoceros was in pain, and it screamed in agony. It had already been hit by 2 dark sky thunders. The second one was much stronger than the first. But what surprised Dollar the most was that after the second bolt of dark sky thunder, the arrowtail rhino was still alive, even though it was in a terrible state. Its armor had been shattered by the dark sky thunder. The power of the dark sky thunder was indeed extraordinary. Its skin was cracked, and it was bleeding. The arrowtail rhinoceros looked as if it had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. Its eyes were red, and its white teeth were shining. But if one took a closer look, they would find that the dark sky thunder had only scratched the surface of its skin. What was worse was that after the arrowtail rhinoceros took the second dark sky thunder, there was a layer of pale gold light in its broken flesh. If that layer of light merged with the arrowtail rhinoceros bones and flesh, the arrowtail rhinoceros body would become even stronger. Oh, no. I overdid it. If the third dark heavenly thunder doesn't kill it, I'm afraid this demigod-class monster will become a god. Dollar had a clear idea of what was to come. The dark sky thunder was called the dark sky thunder. The first dark sky thunder refined the skin. The second dark sky thunder refined the blood and bones. The third dark sky thunder refined the soul. The arrowtail rhinoceros was enraged, and it had taken the second dark sky thunder. If the third dark sky thunder was hit, the arrowtail rhinoceros seemed to have realized this as well. At this moment, it no longer wanted to chase Dollar. Instead, it jumped up and ran toward the angry cloud. It was obviously going to take the third dark sky thunder. It is a shame that you met me. Today, you will die even if you don't. Dollar's golden eyes turned cold. Chapter 11:23. Angry clouds rolled in the sky. The third dark heavenly thunder broke through the clouds and headed straight for the arrowtail rhinoceros. The arrowtail rhinoceros felt as if it had reached the moment of its breakthrough. But at this moment, a golden magic array suddenly appeared beside the angry clouds. Under the effect of the golden magic array, the black clouds that were originally as black as mud were instantly dyed with a layer of gold. The clouds churned even more violently. Another bolt of golden lightning shot out from the clouds. That bolt of lightning merged with the third heavenly thunder of darkness that had already formed, forming a super heavenly thunder of gold and black colors. It hung above the arrow-tail rhinoceros's head like a golden and black greatsword. The arrow-tail rhinoceros's eyes were filled with fear. It looked at the greatsword as if it was looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe. The greatsword appeared out of thin air, and with a boom, it pierced through the arrow-tail rhinoceros's head. The arrow-tail rhinoceros didn't even have a chance to struggle before its god's soul was destroyed. In the dark night, the ghost water stream was illuminated. The arrow-tail rhinoceros that had been struck by the golden and black super heavenly thunder burned fiercely and turned into a fireball, like a sun that had been shot down. The burning demon Sky Thorn was an upgraded version of the dark heavenly thorn that Yi Baiming had learned after learning the burning demon spell that Popping Sheep had given him. It was a super spell that could destroy souls. After seeing the arrow-tail rhinoceros withstand the power of the two heavenly thunders, Dollar had an idea. Why didn't he just use the power of the dark heavenly thunder and combine it with a super spell to destroy the arrow-tail rhinoceros's soul? The arrow-tail rhinoceros that had been roaming the ghost water stream for more than 20 years had fallen. The huge commotion in the sky startled the entire ghost water stream. The elites from the 8 counties of the underworld who were rushing to the Ghost King cave also witnessed this scene. The fierce fire made the 1,000 character on Dollar's body even more dazzling. Hiss! Everyone, including the Einherjars, took a deep breath. There was only one thought in their minds: what a beast. The one who was the most shocked was Wan Tianqiu. He also recognized that the golden demonic beast was the demonic beast that was following beside Yunsheng. Wan Tianqiu could tell that the demonic beast was extraordinary. It seemed to have the spiritual awareness of a human and knew how to use strategies. What was even more frightening was that its physique was as strong as a warrior's, but it could also use powerful super magic. Compared to the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros, it was even harder to deal with. Thinking of this, Wan Tianqiu rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not acted on impulse and caused trouble for the 100-ren gate. Otherwise, the 1,000 Hell sect would have been the ones to be killed today. But what Dollar did next shocked the crowd. After combining with the Dark Thunder and killing the arrow-tail rhino, Dollar did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the angry cloud in the sky. Dollar was deep in thought. Although the cloud had experienced 3 dark heavenly thunders, it still contained a significant amount of dark magic power. If it could absorb and fuse with it, it would definitely be beneficial to its cultivation. When Yi Baiming was in his human form, his cultivation had already reached the Einherjar realm. However, although his Kirin body had been trained by the burning demon incantation, he still could not break through to the god rank. Therefore, he did not directly fight the arrow-tail rhino with his body. Instead, he chose to fight with magic, which he had a higher chance of winning. The arrow-tail rhino was an earth-element demonic beast. Although it practiced both magic and martial arts, its magic cultivation was obviously inferior to its physical cultivation. What it had mastered was only high-level magic. Naturally, it was at a disadvantage in front of Dollar, who had a multi-elemental magic soul. Dollar knew that if he did not have a stronger physical body, he would be at a disadvantage again when he fought with the beast god altars of the Obsidian and Bakra orcs. The dark, angry cloud in front of it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for it. He jumped with all his 4 limbs and rushed toward the angry dark cloud. Wan Tianqiu was also in the crowd. When they heard the sound, they looked up and saw a golden light rushing toward the angry dark cloud. That is. Wan Tianqiu was shocked. Was this demonic beast crazy? Why did it rush toward the angry dark cloud? Even the demigod-ranked arrow-tail battle rhinoceros wasn't a match for the dark fury cloud. As soon as Dollar rushed into the angry cloud rolled violently and wrapped around him. The angry cloud instantly swallowed the golden demonic beast. You overestimate yourself. Wan Tianqiu was delighted. He was worried that with this beast around, he would not be able to defeat the 100-Ren Gate in the Ghost King Cave. He did not expect this demonic beast to go crazy and rush toward the angry cloud. At this moment, he was afraid that it would be torn to pieces by the power of the angry dark cloud. The major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld did not stay any longer. They rushed toward the Ghost King Cave. Not long after the heroes left, the angry cloud in the sky still did not disperse. About half an hour later, with a bang, a huge black shadow that looked like a Qilin suddenly appeared around the angry cloud. The Qilin shadow suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the dark cloud in one gulp. The angry cloud seemed to want to struggle, but in the end, it could not resist the power of the Qilin shadow and was completely swallowed. After the angry dark cloud disappeared, the shadow gradually shrank and turned into Dollar. Compared to before he swallowed the angry cloud, Dollar's body did not change much. However, upon closer inspection, his limbs were slender and the scales on his body shone brighter. Tisk, just a little bit more to become a demonic beast of the god level. Dollar smacked his lips as if he had eaten something delicious. In both the human world and the underworld, Dollar was probably the only person who would dare to swallow the angry dark cloud and act so nonchalant. Because he had already used up 3 dark heavenly thunders, the remaining power in the angry dark cloud was not enough for Dollar's soul to reach the god level. However, after devouring the dark raging clouds, its flesh and skin were unexpectedly tempered, and its physical strength had reached the demigod level. In addition, Dollar had an advantage in the bloodline of the Qilin. Even if the arrowtail rhinoceros came back to life, Dollar was 100% sure that he could kill it this time even without the power of the dark heavenly thunders. What surprised Dollar even more was that when he swallowed the angry cloud, he accidentally learned the second inheritance of the Qilin's puppet, which could swallow all magic power and fighting energy. This inheritance was the inherited fighting skill of Obsidian. In this way, the next time Dollar fought Obsidian, he was much more confident. There was a hint of joy in Dollar's eyes. Chapter 1124. Last time, during the Dutian Bloodstain crisis, He Yao had almost endangered Yunxing's life. Yi Baiming had always been brooding over it. Although he didn't say it out loud, all these years, he had cultivated fiercely with only one goal, which was to protect the person he loved. To the current Yi Baiming, Yunxing was his reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. Although he had the body of a Qilin like He Yao, Yi Baiming realized that even though they were both martial gods, there was still a big gap between him and He Yao. In addition to the difference in cultivation conditions between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, there was another reason. Yi Baiming hadn't received the Qilin tribe's inheritance awakening ceremony. Unlike De Guxiu, Yi Baiming had always hated He Yao. He wouldn't accept any gifts or help from the Black Qilin tribe. Not to mention, He Yao wanted to force him to marry He Linlin. Due to the lack of the Black Qilin tribe's inheritance awakening ceremony, Yi Baiming's first inheritance awakened after fusing with part of the halberd of the divine battle god's power. But after that, he hadn't been able to obtain any other inheritance. However, this time, when he swallowed the angry dark cloud, he unexpectedly obtained an inheritance. This was a big gain for him. His joy didn't last long. Dollar also noticed that when he swallowed the angry cloud, the experts of the 8 underworld counties had already entered the Ghost King Cave. It had been an hour since Yunsheng and the others entered the Ghost King Cave. He hoped that nothing happened to Yunsheng and the others during this hour. Dollar no longer hesitated and rushed toward the Ghost King Cave. After parting with Dollar, Yunsheng, Ingyu, and the others entered the Ghost King Cave. After entering, they saw a small path that could accommodate a normal person. The path was winding like sheep intestines. After walking for about 15 minutes, the narrow path gradually widened. Yu and Chuan felt a strong wind blowing toward them. When the wind blew on their faces, it was like a sharp blade, causing them to feel pain. The wind contained the power of darkness, causing Yu and Chuan to tremble all over. Even their bones felt cold. The Ghost King Cave was indeed worthy of its reputation. Unlike Yu and Chuan's abnormal reactions, Yunxing only felt that this Ghost King Cave was very comfortable. Her black eyes narrowed with a hint of laziness. In the depths of her Dharma soul, a carefree and comfortable feeling came. She took a deep breath. What a dense power of darkness! Yunxing could feel that her Dharma soul was like a fish in water in the Ghost King Cave. In a short time, it had expanded by a size. Back in the boundless land, Yunxing's dark Dharma soul had always been weaker than the other Dharma souls due to the lack of a cultivation environment. However, after arriving in the netherworld, Yunxing discovered that her dark Dharma soul's cultivation speed had increased by a lot. Yunxing was certain that as long as she stayed in the Ghost King Cave for a few days, her dark magic soul would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, there was not much time left for her. The other forces of the 8 counties of the netherworld should be catching up soon. It was pitch black in front of them. With their outstanding eyesight, everyone discovered that the Ghost King Cave was very moist. The water dripping from the cracks of the rocks was bone-chilling. My dear master, this place is not simple. I'm afraid there are evil spirits. Xiao He, who was kissing a sheep, looked around with her beady eyes. She could sense that there were a large number of evil spirits wandering around in this cave. The aura of these evil spirits was not weak. They should have the strength of a human martial saint or a sky magician or a demon beast sage. Although they were not the strongest, they had the advantage of numbers. If they surrounded them together, it would not be easy to deal with them. As they were speaking, a gray shadow floated out from behind 100 Thunder Sect disciple. It suddenly turned into a roaring evil spirit wolf and pounced on that disciple. Beast, don't make trouble. Yu released the bow in her hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through that evil spirit. However, not long after the evil spirit fog disappeared, it gathered together again. After regrouping, the baleful specter let out a series of ghostly wails and howls. After the wail, a large number of gray evil spirits appeared in the vicinity. Those evil spirits were either in human form or beast form. They all bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the crowd. Suddenly, in the cave, there was a long and clear sound, like the sound of a flute and a flute. A fiery red beast figure appeared. In the fire, a divine bird with red feathers like a phoenix suddenly appeared. It flapped its fiery wings, and the feathers all over its body fluttered. When those fiery feathers touched those evil spirits, they turned into purifying flames. Those evil spirits had nowhere to escape and were instantly burned into green smoke, disappearing. The thing that appeared in the Ghost King Cave was one of the 4 divine beasts, the Vermilion Bird Totem. The Vermilion Bird Totem was the only fire beast among the 4 great divine beasts. Its fire feather transformed into the purest fire beast. All evil and evil would retreat in front of it. As if they knew that such a divine beast totem had appeared in the Ghost King Cave, the evil spirits in the surroundings all fled. Yu, Chuan, and the disciples of the 100 Ren sect had long been awed by the Vermilion Bird Totem. They could only stare blankly with their mouths agape, unable to say a word. Vermilion Bird Totem, please lead us into the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing waved her hand, and the Vermilion Bird Totem flew lightly into the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing had 3 divine beasts totem. Each divine beast could only be summoned once. In order to get rid of these evil spirits, she had no choice but to summon the Vermilion Bird. With the Vermilion Bird Totem, the rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any traps or ambushes. Finally, they reached the end of the Ghost King Cave. The end of the Ghost King Cave was a dead end. In the four corners of the dead end, there were 4 magic arrays. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had been dead for 20 years, these magic arrays hidden in the depths of the Ghost King Cave were still full of magic power. Master, these 4 magic arrays are not places I should enter. The Vermilion Bird Totem can only accompany you up to here. After the Vermilion Bird Totem finished speaking, it turned into a flame and attached itself to Yunxing's Shenong medical bracelet. Why are there 4 magic arrays? Which one should we go to? Yu and Yingchuan hesitated. Yunxing stopped in front of the 4 magic arrays for a moment. She had learned some magic when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp. After observing for a moment, she indeed found some clues. Yu, Yingchuan, among these magic arrays, 2 are teleportation magic arrays, and the other 2 are cultivation magic arrays. The purpose of the 2 of you entering the Ghost King Cave is to cultivate. I suggest that you and the remaining disciples enter one of the cultivation magic arrays. Yunxing observed for a moment and understood the function of the magic arrays.